The Michelin Pilot Challenge.
On IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited Network.
What a fabulous afternoon. Clear blue skies, Lake Lloyd just glistening with sunshine and reflection. A busy infield with RVs and camping. All the fun of the fair for 2023, and the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona is going to get us underway. Welcome if you're just joining us around the world with the World Feed video stream. It is IMSA Radio from trackside and the 5th floor. We're just inland from Daytona Beach itself, where motor racing started in these parts. 3.5 miles, 12 corners, a rich history of endurance racing. The 4 corners of the speedway are very well known. The nuances of the infield section, particularly going down into turn 1, the International Horseshoe at turn 3, and coming up back onto the speedway at turn 6, have been causing some problems. The wind is blowing straight behind the cars as they go into turn 1. And these cars are not perhaps as aerodynamically sensitive as some of the prototypes we'll see later in the weekend, but they are aero cars. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh on the 5th floor, and down on the pit lane, Shay Adam and Nick Damon. Nick at the GS end of things has been keeping an eye on what's been going this weekend. What can we expect to see, and where are the storylines, Nick, in GS?
Well, the storylines is a lot around this fantastic field and the variance in chassis, because that variance in chassis means variance in the result, and of course variance in performance, both tyres, fuel, air and everything else. Early on during the last 10 days, it seemed that there's certainly an advantage for the Mustangs and the Mercedes, but suddenly we have a Porsche Cayman on pole. But, you know, when you look past, there's so many cars go. There's Aston Martins, there's McLarens, there's a Toyota. It's going to be a battle of the chassis. One team to look out for, the 57 Winwood Racing, obviously had a shock yesterday with the injury to Lucas Auer in practice for the WeatherTech race. But they're racing on as race teams do in his honour for a great result. Down to Shay.
We have 4 manufacturers represented in the 2023 Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. As far as TCR is concerned, Audi, Alfa, Honda, and Hyundai. And this is the one race that Hyundai has yet to claim victory at. Well, they are putting full focus towards taking the race win here. 3 cars this year for Brian Herta Autosport with Kerr Bagajanian, and those 3 cars have very strong lineups. 2 of the lineups have switched around a little bit, with Mason Filippi sharing with Mark Wilkins in the number 98. We've got Harry Gottsacker and Robbie Wickens in the number 33, and then the defending champions, the number 1, Taylor Hagler and Mikey Lewis, back once again in the number 1. They want this race, they want it badly. John, they did a driver fitness camp earlier this week just to make sure that their drivers would be in tip-top shape. No thirds for any of those duos. They are coming into this 4-hour contest with one goal, and that's to win.
The first of 2 4-hour races, Jeremy Shaw, significantly different in terms of strategy from the quote-unquote standard 2-hour races that we would normally get, and a really good opportunity for the teams to stretch their legs in terms of the distances and knock off any rust that might have accumulated, figuratively speaking, since they were racing last at Petit Le Mans last October, of course.
Yeah, absolutely right, and a lot of excitement coming into this race. One of the cars has had a late driver change in car number 29. John Branham will still start that car. That's a TR3 Racing Aston Martin, kind of mid. Well, he's actually fairly well up the order. Qualified the fastest of the Bronze Cup category drivers. But I gather that Paul Keebler, who's due to share that car with him, will not be starting. Instead, it'll be John Potter, who is racing, of course, regularly in the Magnus Racing Aston Martin in the WeatherTech Series racing. He'll be taking part in the Rolex 24. He was given a call this morning. Would you like to join John Branham in that car? Absolutely, he said, to get some more track time. So John Potter, having never driven a GT4 Aston Martin before, will drive the middle stint, most likely, in that number 29 car. He'd start from the 9th position, will John Branham. Very good qualifying run.
So the BMW M3 CS which is our safety car. It's the pace car at the moment. If it comes back out, it will be the safety car. Will peel off to the left. It's doing that now. So the field comes under the control of Stephen McAleer in the RS1 Porsche, sitting down towards the inside of the track, on the low side. He's gone early. The green flag is in the air. The 2023 IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge starts. The BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona is underway. Great jump away immediately by Stephen McAleer. Really good start from the Scotsman. It's a split start. So now it's the Civics and the Alpha. Actually, the Alpha is not there on the front of the grid. And that car has spun on the outlap out of the pits, so the Alpha out of position. The number 5 car for Tim Lewis right at the back of the field. Matt Pomble then leads out in the Honda at the front of the field, and all that qualifying work that was hard done, that means poor Tim Lewis is going to have to fight his way through. He's already made up 3 positions, and now it's 4 positions as he heads through the kink in that black number 5 at the front of the field. Stephen McAleer is leading the field and has done his job at the start of the race. Stephen Cameron BMW making a move, the bright red car down into turn 6 there as they head up onto the high banks for the first time. So drama before the green flag for the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Veloce, and Tim Lewis will be annoyed with himself, but he's using that anger at the moment to carve his way through the TCR field.
Yeah, he won't be very happy with himself. A lot of experiences, Tim, and won a bunch of races. Was very much in the championship picture last year. They finished second in the championship ultimately, but he won lots of races. He knows how to be fast. He was looking forward to a good strong run, due to start on the front row, but as you say, John Heinhoff, he had to go to the back, so he's got all that work to do again. But the good news is he's got 4 hours to do it.
All right, who in the sweepstake had the leader at the end of the first lap as the Porsche? If that was you, you're in good shape, because Stephen McAleer has converted that pole position to a lead at the end of lap 1. Coming through in seconds, Ian Smith for the number 42 PF Racing Ford Mustangs. Him one of a number of NASCAR series drivers who Ford have taken under their wing for performance, have done this for a wee while now and put them into their endurance racing cars. Luca Mars then for Core Motorsport in 3rd. In TCR, well done to Matt Pomble, who's managed to pull away a little bit. Cracking battle going on for 2nd place. And in fact, the new version of the Audi, the number 17 car with Chris Miller, that's the yellow and black car, is under pressure at the moment from Chad Gilsinger in the Hart Honda FK7. All the crew and for that are from the Honda manufacturing plant at Marysville in Ohio, and they have drafted in Mario Farnbacher this week. So on that first lap then, it was the west hairpin or the braking area for it that caught out the Alfa Romeo. Nice save by Tim Lewis, is already back up into 8th position, having been right at the back of the field. He's made up 7 spots, having dropped to the back of the TCR field in that slightly embarrassing moment on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, but a bit better on the warm-up lap and on the first lap of the race. Yeah, fortunately for him, there was nobody close enough behind that was going to make any contact with him, so he got away with that one. And as you say, quickly working his way through the field. He knows he's got a fast car, and he's a fast driver as well.
I think that was actually the first of the 2 warm-up laps, because they were quite spread out, and the frustration would have been that he then could not take his position up. We've got a car going very slowly on the front straight. That's one of the Turner Motorsport cars down towards the yellow lines. It's the number 95, I think, Rob McGuinness in that car. So early drama for Turner, who've expanded their IMSA program this year and running a couple of cars in both the main categories. Still, this battle for 2nd place in TCR continues to allow, actually, Matt Pomble to pull away a wee bit. It's going to be a 3-car battle in the second as Harry Godsacker in the number 33 Hyundai Elantra from Brian Herder Autosport joins the battling pair. Wee bit of a shuffle round by the Brian Herder Autosport drivers, and just 3 cars for them, and also a worrying amount of smoke coming out of that 33 when he's on the upshift. Now that might just be a little bit of overfilling early on. We did see that in qualifying with the number 1 Hyundai. Then I seem to remember that car making a rather odd rumbling noise that we never really got to the bottom of when we were watching them in qualifying. Honda, Audi, Honda, Hyundai, Hyundai, Honda. Say that 6 times quickly, Jeremy.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, 1.7 seconds between first and second.
Yeah.
The Unitronics car is the new version, the Evo version of the Audi RS3 LMS. Some detail changes and some quite clever changes under the skin of that car as the leaders come through. The top 3, Maclear, Smith and Mars, Porsche, Mustang. And they've got a decent gap then of about 5 seconds back to Kenny Murillo in that bright chrome orange number 72, excuse me, with Sean McAllister in the grey and green number 39 Porsche in 5th position for Carbon. Wyatt Braychek right up there as well in the number 19 Van der Steur Racing. Van der Steur ran Hyundais last year, or a Hyundai Veloster, and they've stepped up a class this year. Meantime, the Alpha continues to fight through, battling for 6th position, 6th and 7th at the moment. Tim Lewis and Victor Gonzalez side by side going into the infield and through the chicanes and turns 2 and 3. Down the inside, looks to me as though Tim's got that one covered. He has, and he goes through. He'll be really mad at himself. He's got a great car underneath him, the way he's carving through this traffic, Jeremy. Imagine what it would have been like if he'd been out front with Matt Pombo.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be thinking, what if? But it isn't. And he'll be having fun at the moment, but he's got to make sure he doesn't use up too much of that car early on. You talked about Robert McGuinness slowing on that first or second lap in car number 95 Turner Motorsport car. He seems to be going okay again now. He's in the 21st position. He's lost 10 positions from the start. He started in 11th, so he's got some work to do as well, the youngster from New York City. Robert, of course, raced last year for the Carbon team in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, driving a Lamborghini in the GTD class. So stepping into the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series for this year with Turner Motorsport, and thoroughly looking forward to it.
Battle further down the field for 16th and 15th. Alfredo Nashri, excuse me, is behind the wheel of the number 14 Toyota Gazoo Racing South America team. He's up on the high side coming through the tri-oval as he tries to make the pass on Todd Coleman and the Aston Martin Vantage, and goes through. Now that was a new car for this week. Unfortunately, one of his teammates at the Raw lost control of the back end of the Supra, going through the Le Mans chicane on the back straight, backed into the wall quite heavily, and Javier Queiroz actually hurt himself enough to crack his sternum. Sounds like an awful injury. I'm not sure how you get any relief from that. Can't stand up, can't sit down, can't lie down. Ooh, I really feel sorry for him about that. He's been replaced in the team by Damien Fineschi, and we'll see Damien later on. And the car has been replaced as well. That is a complete new car from the practice that they were having last weekend here at the Raw before the Rolex 24.
Yeah, I had to drive that car down, well, first of all, find one, and then drive it down from North Carolina.
Well, put it on a trailer, presumably they didn't actually just put plates on it.
Yeah, true.
Dealer plates, honestly, I can have that.
Why not? Yeah.
Good to see the Toyota, one of 18 manufacturers across the IMSA Championships, and the majority of them are in this championship, with a huge variety of cars racing both in TCR and in the GS category. Now the battle for the lead starting to get a little bit tasty as Stephen McAleer stays on the white line, and Zane Smith will know with all of his oval experience. Oh, and a bit of a slide from Stephen McAleer. Zane Smith will know going onto the high side really requires a big performance differential. They're side by side into the braking area of the 180-degree right-hander at the International Horseshoe. The multicoloured Mustang behind is that of Luca Mars and Core Motorsports. Murillo Racing and Kenny Murillo now some nearly 7 seconds away from this battling group at the front in the AMG number 72.
Each of the last 3 laps, those 3 leaders have traded the fastest lap of the race between them. First of all, it was Stephen McAleer, turned a 1:53.0. On the next lap, it was Luca Mars who was fastest with a 53.4. And this last lap, Zane Smith in second position in that Ford Mustang, car number 42. He set the fastest lap, 1:52.813. That's within a couple of tenths of a second of the lap record.
Spin for Ted Giovannis, and I think he's kept it out of the wall at turn 1, 2. Yes, he has. There's no damage to the TJM Aston Martin. Oh, he judged that perfectly with the amount of lock. Made the change from Porsche to Aston Martin over the winter. There's 2 of those cars, 64 and 46, and they've also got a car in the GTD Pro category, which is they're having some assistance to run by Tom Ferrier, TF Sport, and been going very well, particularly in the hands of Owen Trinkler for the big show at the weekend. Here come the leaders. Oh, and this time an opportunity down the inside for Zane Smith. Can't get that one done. I'm feeling Luca Mars is just sort of executing a watching brief on this. As he takes it easy. Not too close. Early stages, Jeremy, but impressive pace at the front of the field.
Yeah, and I think Stephen McAleer, he's trying to run a pace there, 1:53.9 last time around, so that's a second away from his fastest lap of the race. And generally it is around about lap 4 or 5 that these tyres are really at their ultimate best in terms of extracting lap time from them. So from here on, it's a question of managing those tyres, make sure you don't overwork them too soon. Expect the GS cars to run around about between 45 and 50 minutes, I would expect, before their first pit stop. Maybe they can stretch it a little bit further than that, and then they will change tyres at that first pit stop most likely as well. A good consistent pace there for Steve McAleer. He's got those 2 Mustangs looming large in his mirrors, and there's no room for error there for Stephen McAleer, the Scotsman. They've pulled out quite a long way now over the 4th place car, which is now Kenny Murillo. He found his way past Sean McAllister's Porsche a couple of laps ago. There's a problem for one of the 2 Daily Motorsports cars, that Cabot Bigham, who has pulled that car off the road, a former Global Rallycross, or was it Nitro Rallycross, isn't it, these days? He's been doing that for years.
2 different versions, yes. Got to get the right one. 15 minutes into the race, and we've had drama already for 1 or 2 of the teams and drivers. It is the BMW M Endurance Challenge for the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the first round. The top 3 now some 8.5 seconds away from the field in GS. Within TCR, it's the Honda Civic of Matt Pombo, the LA Honda World car from the Unitronics Audi in second. They've closed up a little bit, and then it's Chad Gilsinger in the 89. That's the Hart Honda, and the Hyundai Elantra number 33 is next up. Shea Adam with an observation from the pit lane, Shea.
Keep an eye on that Toyota, John. We've only got one in the field of the Supra GT4 machines, but when it just crossed the start-finish line with two other cars pretty close around it, there was a bit of smoke that puffed out the back as into the pit lane has come the Alpha, the number 5 of Tim Lewis. He's in. Perhaps they're going to put Roy Block in, thinking that maybe we're going to get a yellow here to try and retrieve that Hyundai that is still out on the track, not moving. Let's see what they do. The fuel probe goes in, no driver change, just a splash of fuel for the Alpha.
Right, okay, they're extending his stint, aren't they? They're going to go long into the stint, and the full course yellow has come out, so that's worked brilliantly well for them. If they can get out before the leaders come around, it's for the Hyundai Elantra number 74, the Daily Motorsport car, and that's down at the entrance to the International Horseshoe, the Daily car. Now, Alpha needs to be rolling. Alpha is rolling. Alpha is going to get out. Here comes the leader now to cross the line, and the Alpha is leaving the pit lane, which is all the way around the other side of the pits, and will be passing by the incident in a second or two. There is a red safety truck just at that part of the circuit. Alpha is coming to them in about 2 seconds. There he goes, passing them now.
And for those of you unfamiliar with IMSA racing, when the full course yellow comes out because of an incident out on a racetrack, the safety car is scrambled. It picks up the overall race leader. Everybody else will then pick up behind him. That safety car is coming out of its hutch, if you like, at turn 3, and that'll pick up the race leader, which is Stephen McAleer. Everybody then will tuck in behind that safety car, and we go at a reduced pace. The pit lane is closed for the moment until all the cars are packed up behind the race leader, and then if we have 15 minutes elapsed in a race, which I don't think we do quite, do we?
Just.
No, it's a short yellow.
Okay.
So because we were within 15 minutes of the start when the yellow was called, the pits will not be opened. So that's why that strategic call by the Alpha worked so well, because they were able to come in, make their take on fuel, rejoin the back of the pack. That was a green
flag stop for them.
Correct.
Yeah.
A green flag stop.
Perfectly timed.
Perfect. That's exactly right. So that car has now got a full tank of fuel, so he's got 15 minutes more of fuel than everybody else, and he'll be able to run around and catch up to the back of the pack. So that when we go back to green, he's got a full tank of fuel ready to go, and he will be able to extend his fuel stint before he needs next to come onto pit lane.
That's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh on the 5th floor. Shea Adam and Nick Damon down in the pit lane. We'll head there shortly as we'll pick up a few stories. Short yellow declared on the timing screens. The teams will see that. We're under caution for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona. So Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Short yellow should mean no pass around, and the pits will not open. And yet I can see people on the pit wall down there.
Yeah, and in Joe Vardy we trust. He's one of the geniuses in racing whose brain is the size of a small planet. He's got Team TGM up on the wall, and Turner have a couple of mechanics up on the wall as well. So there are some big-brained people who seem to think that this shouldn't be a short yellow, but perhaps they weren't watching the clock as closely as race control was.
It was close, but it doesn't matter what I think or what anybody else think. It's been declared as a short yellow. Now it just says full course yellow, so maybe it's been upgraded. Let's see if the pit lane open command is given. I think we are going to actually open the pit lane. Let's see what happens there as the BMW M4 has picked up the field and currently is coming round to Speedway's turn 3 and 4. Pit lane, where's the pit lane? Is still closed. I can see the little flashing lights. There's one in front of us. May open next time around. we are doing what we are doing is the GS class split, Jeremy. So we'll see some people overtaking here.
Yeah, and what we mean by that is that all the GS cars theoretically are faster than the TCR cars. That's why there was a split start at the beginning of the race. All the GS cars were nose to tail or side by side, and then nose to tail. The TCR cars were about 300 or 400 yards behind them to have their own separate start at the beginning of this race. And at every full course caution, all the GS cars will move behind each other, and then behind the last of the GS cars will be the TCRs. I don't think anybody's lost a lap at this stage, other than the cars that have had the car that had the problem. That's Cabot Bigham in the number 74 car, so he's out of the race in any case. Everybody else is on their respective lead lap in their classes, but the GS cars will move ahead of the TCRs, because I think a few of the GS cars had fallen behind the quickest of the TCR machines.
Agree with that, Jeremy. And the pit close lights are off. They flash when pits are closed, which may seem counterintuitive, but you want people to notice them, and therefore the pits are closed. So it appears we are going to open the pits here, but that will still give an advantage to the Alpha, because presumably everybody will come in. It's not, well, give them the opportunity to open up their window a little bit further. It's not all cars coming in together, Jeremy.
No, it'll be the GS cars on the first opportunity, and then next lap will be the TCR cars. So do we reckon that we have actually changed it to rather than a short caution, it's going to be full? Where was the incident?
The Hyundai was just ground to a halt, just going into the International Horseshoe.
Right, and that's been cleared, hasn't it? So
yeah.
Oh no, it's still being moved. Okay.
So we're just under tow now, actually, Jeremy. Yeah, spot on.
Okay.
With 3 hours and 38 minutes and 44, 43, 42, 41 seconds remaining. So Shea Adam and Nick Damon. Nick, are you seeing people preparing for pit stops at your end of the pit lane?
Oh yeah, everyone's got a couple of tyres leaning on the pit wall. The guns have been tuned. They've made that sound when they warm them up. And they get all just waiting really for the race control to open the pit lane, and they can. Looks like most people go for 2 tyres actually, so that's interesting. I haven't seen many with 4 on the wall, so just going to obviously do the driven wheels.
Not necessarily here. You might go for the working side tyres.
Well, a good point. I forgot about that. We could right side only. Yes, absolutely. Well, I should be telling you when they come in, but I would say I think that everyone's coming in.
That's Nick Damon, Shea Adam down there in the pits as well. John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw. Safety car is in the pit lane. I think we're going to green. I don't think we are going to open the pit lane. No, we are not. So it was a short yellow, as we speculated. Now, you don't have to stay in line as you do at the start. So anybody who's sharp when the green flag is flying means you can start to move forward. Stephen McAleer has very nicely controlled the field and goes through. And there's a change for TCR as Chris Miller got the jump on Matt Pombo at the restart at the 17 yellow and black Audi. Leads the motor race. Heads up driving by Chris Miller. Now at the moment the Alpha has dropped back to 10th position, but remember, check that 11th position. Remember, Tim Lewis has got effectively 15 minutes more fuel than everybody else, but the great strategy for the Alpha team has been negated completely with a 3 kilometer speeding penalty, 3 kilometers an hour speeding penalty for Tim. He will have to come down the pit lane again, so all that ground he made up, he's going to lose by coming down through the pit lane. What a mistake there, basic mistake. Hyundai on the grass at the kink was the number 98 car in the hands of Mason Filippi. was 8th position, lost a couple of positions there after the restart at the front of the field. It's still Mcaleer from Zane Smith and Luca Mars, and those three, once again, Jeremy, have jumped away just a little bit for the chasing pack, which is being led now by Sean McAllister in the 39 Carbon Porsche.
Yeah, so he's managed to get back past Kenny Murillo then at that restart, because he was behind him. He was ahead of him early on and then lost that position to Kenny Murillo. But yeah, so we were right first time, wasn't it? It was a short course,
yeah,
a short yellow as they term it. So without all the pit opening situations, and that was a nice clean opening lap. As you say, those top three again just edged away just a little bit from the pursuing pack. Ooh, a bit of a slide wide there from Stephen McAleer, and Zane Smith got very, very close at the apex of turn one. He's actually side by side now, but on the outside, heading into the international hairpin.
Still holding on to that outside line, but the smaller, possibly more nimble Porsche just able to track around. So, as you were at the front of the field, we still have 3 hours and 35 minutes to go. Tim Lewis answers the pit lane speed violation and is completing his drive through. He's going to drop about half a lap to the class leader when he was 11 cars behind them a moment or two ago.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. He was well clear of the safety cars, who really shouldn't have had any major concerns there about not getting out and staying on the lead lap. But these cars do have a pit lane speed limiter. When you press the button, it should work okay, and you won't be able to go faster than the pit lane speed limit. But if you forget to press the button,
or press it a tad too late when you're coming in.
That's true too.
You know, you practice that all through the week. I doubt it was coming off the pit lane speed limiter too early because of where the exit is now, and the end of the pit lane speed limit cones are all the way around towards turn 3. And the restart is under review. Elliott Honda World, Honda Civic back in the lead of TCR. And that Toyota Supra GR, that little bit of smoke that was coming out the back is getting more prevalent, and it's getting darker in colour as well. Don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. I imagine it's very good. Just off to the west, actually, over turn 2. There's a huge burn going on at the moment, which it keeps catching my eye. And a spin for Frank Depew in the number 71 Urban Green Camaro. That's the Rebel Rock racing car. That might be another yellow, because I don't think that car's going anywhere. Hard into the wall. No, the front end is too broken up there, Frank. I think they need to be on the radio to him. Robin Liddell and Andrew Davies, I don't think they're going to get to have their go today. It's the final season of that car's competitive life. It's been a fine servant and big fan favourite. I don't think he's going to be able to move it. Subject of a phenomenal movie documentary a couple of years ago called Rookie Season. And if you haven't seen that, look it up. It was fantastic. Full course yellow as predicted. Second of the afternoon. And therefore, Tim Lewis gets back on the back of the field. Now, Tim. He won't get the cycle all the way through to the lead as he would have done before, but at least he's back on the back of the field. And
generally speaking, if we're less than 15 minutes after a restart, then it would be a short yellow again. But because the last full course caution was a short caution because it was within 15 minutes of the start of the race, this time the pits will be closed, and then once everybody's packed up behind the safety car, the pits will be opened. And first lap upon the pits being open, the GS cars can make a pit stop. The following lap, the TCRs can make a pit stop. It's not mandatory. They can stop if they like. And I would expect a lot of pit stops.
Hello to Wicked Bill, who has tweeted at IMSA Radio, how much is the draft worth in this race? Obviously not as much as the MX-5 race earlier, but I assume still important to TCR, less of an extent GS. Actually, the GS cars, it is worth quite a bit there as well, to be honest. Talking to Jared Thomas, reigning champion of the IMSA Mazda MX-5 series, who, of course, is running in this race as well in the number 23 Mercedes-AMG GT4. Anthony McIntosh in the car at the moment, and he was saying it surprised him how much the draft was worth in the GS cars, GT4 spec machines. And if you are going to learn anything from MX-5 racing, you're going to learn pack racing and drafting. So may well see Anthony McIntosh using that skill in that number 23 car. It's a sort of a dark grey blue with electrical connections and circuit board decals on it. Very Tron for those of a certain age. Pits have been opened for the GS cars. This is the first opportunity then under the safety car after around about half an hour of the race, but of course it's been interrupted by the safety car a couple of times. So they haven't really used half an hour's worth of fuel.
No, but they've used around about better part of half a tank of fuel, and anything after that you might as well come in, particularly on such a long race like this, and it just opens up the strategic possibilities as we move on into the race. This should, for the TCR cars, these two cautions should mean, I believe, that if the TCR teams wanted to, they could probably make this race now on just 3 pit stops rather than 4. It's a 4-hour race, and they can go just a little bit less than an hour. I think the TCR cars, the GS cars are a bit more thirsty than that. They have to come in around about every 45 minutes or so, a little bit more than that. But for TCRs, I think with this caution now, if they so desire, they could do it on a total of 3 pit stops. But having said that, of course, if they did come in now, it's still earlier than they would want it to. So no, let me go back on that. It's still going to say, I think, a 4 pit stop race for TCRs. Here we go. Wholesale pit stops coming up.
So first opportunity in competition to go down to our pit lane. Nick will have the leader in a moment in that Porsche, but Shea Adam gets second and third, courtesy of the fact that they're closer to pit in. And here they come, Shea.
Luca Mars is in first, and number 59 for Cora Motorsports. They are doing a driver change. Bob McKaylian taking over for Luca. They are also doing at least 4, no, they are going to do all 4 tires. For the Ford Mustangs, they are also doing fuel and driver change. Nick, what's going on with the leader?
Well, it's a driver change as well for the leader. So that has happened. They're offering fuel. They've got a tyre there, a bit longer to change with the 5 nut studs. So they are looking at they're doing at least front at the moment.
It's fuel only for the Multimatic Ford Mustangs being run by Pesek Family Racing, PF Racing this weekend. But it is the 59 that gets down and rolling again before any other car on this end, Nick.
Yeah, 4 tyres for our earlier leader, but a great number of cars have not bothered doing the tyres as well, so they've gained track position. In front of me, for example, the 79 Ford Mustang from the Autosport team, they just putting fuel. Taking a very long fuel, I must admit. The 58, which is one of the McLaren Arturas, actually isn't even using a fuel valve, so they're actually just using a gravity fill tank, which is quite interesting. And then they got stuck behind the 43 car, so there's a kind of a traffic jam here as well.
I think I saw a tyre rolling down the pit lane there. Shea Adam was watching it as well.
Actually helping Johnny Knotts to stop the tire from rolling further down the pit lane. It was the 95 BMW's tire who was hit by the sister car, the number 96. And because the 96 pulled in front of the sister car, it further delayed its sister. So it was a disaster of a pit stop for Turner Motorsports. That will be a drive-through penalty for hitting equipment in the pit box. And then, of course, the tire now being 10 pit boxes down, it's going to be a long day for their mechanic to go retrieve it.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's unlike that team.
Very unlike them. Yeah, picked it right up and put it on the side, and it made its bid for freedom down the pit lane. Also, very close call at pit out. A number of teams coming out together. The leader coming in will not be the leader going out. I don't think JCD DeBet stopped in the number 25 BMW M4. That's one of the G82 cars. I'm not sure he came into the pit lane, and I don't think the John Branham number 29 Aston Martin Vantage came in either, Jeremy. So they will cycle to the front. We'll see what happens in TCR, but I presume that Tim Lewis will stay out and therefore could cycle to the front of the line in the Alpha.
Could do, but then again, he might want to hand over that car to Roy Block for this middle portion of the race, because Tim Lewis certainly will get in for the closing stages.
They'll need far less fuel than everybody else.
Absolutely right.
So what do? Do you put a new set of tyres on for Roy, or you just say to him, deal with the tyres, we've only done half an hour?
Hey, it's Roy's car, he can do whatever he likes.
Well, that's true enough, he might be telling them. Here comes the two Hondas, the two Civics at the front of the field now, as Chad Gilsinger got past the Audi of Chris Miller just before the yellow flag came out. Everybody's down on the pit commit lane. Where is the Alpha? Yep, the Alpha's in line. So they are coming in. Starts all over again. Shea Adam, you're going to get them first at the pit-in end of things.
I am, and I got the leader as well, because the 37 LA Honda World car is in the lane. This is going to be fuel and front tires for Matt Pombo. The 73 going way further out of its box as it also gets serviced. That was influenced by where the sister car stopped. We have the Hart Honda into the lane. That is fuel and front tires for that car. No driver change. The Alpha, a splash of fuel only. They should jump to the front of the field, but they did not do tires, whereas everybody else putting on at least new front tires, trying to make a good difference for their performance. Nick, what's going on at your end?
Well, I think you managed to get all the leaders. I mean, I think the highest placed car I had was the 33 Hyundai, but it's pretty much universal here. We're going to take front tires. So it's fuel and a pair of tires for everybody. The Alpha's made a good start away. With three wide, they come in the pit lane and drive up towards exit there.
Nick, another pit lane infraction. That was for the LA Honda World machine. Shea Adam pushed the tyre halfway down the pit lane, and that will need to be retrieved as well by our pit lane official.
And again, this is a situation where the sister car, who was parked in front, had their tire hit by the sister car parked behind. So the 73 running over the 37's tire. The red car was the victim, the blue car was the perpetrator, if you will.
Yeah, pushed the car down, pushed the tyre all the way down.
But at least they came to get it in a reasonable fashion of time.
Well,
the mechanic sprinted down the lane.
So who gets
the
penalty? The team that's left the tyre out in harm's way, or the car that hits it, or both?
It depends where the tyre was placed.
Right in front of the 37 LA Honda World car.
Well, then, if it was at the edge of its box, if the crew was making the effort to retrieve it, then they have done nothing wrong, and it is the responsibility of the car that actually slammed into the tire.
Up at my end, the 17 Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsports Audi RS3 LMS, well, everything was kind of going okay. They filled it up, but then from the right-hand side rear of the car, a complete stream of fuel was coming out like it was an overflow. They had a little Tupperware tup underneath it. They knew they were going to do it, but the weird thing was when the car pulled away, it virtually filled it all up, and then they dropped it as they tried to take it off the track. So they're now kind of wiping up about half a litre of fuel that's gone all over the track.
We have seen...
Funnily enough, in the paddock this morning, there was also a whole bunch of fuel left on the ground around the car. It just happened to be in the paddock, I don't know, a couple of hours ago, and one of the crew guys had to mop up all that excess fuel that was dumped on the side of the on the floor just outside the garage. Curious.
At the previous restart, one of the Murillo racing cars had a huge jump, and I couldn't see whether the green flag was out or not, but past 5 or 6 cars before the start line, they were looking at it before they went back to yellow.
You can pass before the start-finish line at a restart. You can't at the start of the race.
But you have to wait for the green flag.
But you have to wait. As long as the green flag was out at that stage, it'll be okay.
Yeah, I saw that further up the field. In fact, one of the other Murillo cars was doing that. But they got such a jump. I wonder if they went a little bit earlier than was expected. Right. Just on that Audi, we have seen in other series, the International Endurance Series, Creventic Series, we have in the past seen issues with the fuel overflow, but that's normally under G's for the corner. Right, through into the pits to serve. Well, it can't be serving a drive-through, can it? This is the number 95 Turner car, which was involved in the schmozzle down there, Shea.
This was the car whose tire was hit by the sister car. They're doing a little bit more fuel and actually reaching into the cockpit of Rob McGuinness. Now, this is the car that I saw going slowly on, I think it was the second lap of the race, John. So perhaps they're addressing something going on. These are brand new cars, the M4 GT4. Now, they're doing some work in the cockpit around the steering wheel. They might be switching over to a new wheel. They're moving it back and forth. I wonder if maybe power steering is going out in the car. No, everything looked okay. They're closing the window nut back up, closing the door. There we go. Rob McGuinness back out on the circuit. Very strange. I'll ask.
So the top 4 cars in the field here actually have not stopped. Well, the top 3 cars on the road are all GS cars. John Capestro Dubet's JCD, as is better known in the Autotechnic racing, BMW is in first position in car number 25, followed by the Bronze Cup leader, that's John Branham, in car number 29, that's the TR3 Racing Aston Martin. Also did not stop Ted Giovannis in number 64, Team TGM Aston Martin.
He'd had a little spin earlier on.
Yeah.
Eric Rockwell didn't stop in TCR.
Yeah, he was the only one in TCR that did not stop. So there are 3 GS cars that did not stop, and the TCR car of Eric Rockwell did not stop. But before we go back to green, Eric Rockwell will have to drop behind all the GS cars for that split restart.
That's happening.
So of the cars that did make a pit stop, the one who was quickest of all was car number 27, Anton Diaz Pereira, for Lone Star Racing. He's vaulted all the way from, who was he before the restart? He was 19th.
19th?
Yeah, but he did come on the pit lane, so I don't know what he did, but it was a super fast stop.
Just a splash of fuel.
It could be that he didn't actually stop. Maybe he missed his pit and went around. Maybe we can check that up, perhaps, for Lone Star Racing, because he's all of a sudden vaulted to the lead of those cars that have been on pit lane. In TCR, it's now Harry Gottsacker, who is in car number 33, that is leading of the cars that have stopped, as I said, behind the number 15 car of Eric Rockwell. Eric, by the way, there's Eric and Alex, son and father. Eric is the son who kind of runs this team. They're both dentists, by the way. Yes, from Colt Neck, New Jersey. And it's Eric who stayed out in car number 15 to lead the TCR class. But it'll be JCD, John Capastro Dubets from San Diego, California, who will bring the cars up to the green flag when we go back to racing.
Hello to Mike De Pietro up in Hamilton, Ontario. Happy Rolex 24 Eve, he says. Cars go through, back to green flag. Some cars coming into the pits. That's because we've done 40 minutes and drive time is up for the starting drivers. Very interesting that they've decided to come in straight off the back of the green flag. The BMW of JCD Debets, the G82 red number 25 machine then leads out and did not stop at that last pit stop. Autotechnic Racing leading from Aston Martin and Jim Johnson in the number 9 automatic racing car.
Yeah, not quite
Jump start on the previous start. So that was the move of the Murillo car that I said further back down through the field. but went before the green flag. So Jeff Morsing, currently in 7th, will have to come through. Also, penalty, car number 76. That was for running over pit equipment. 76? 96, excuse me. That was the Turner car that we described, and the LA Honda World 73. That car also with problems in the pit lane, again caused by its team being right in front of it, the team car being right in front of it and not moving the equipment. So 3 jump starts, Morsing number 56, Morsing Motorsports number 56, Murillo rather, 96 Turner Motorsport and 73 LA Honda World TCR. They'll all be coming back in for a drive-through. At the front of the field, we have, guess what? A trio that's broken away game. What is it about? 3 is the magic number today. JC DeBetts holding on to the low side of the circuit and daring Jim Johnson and Halley Deegan in 3rd position to try and drag past them. Halley Deegan in the number 41 car in 3rd position there, as here are the cars coming through the pit lane to answer their drive-throughs. In TCR, the Alfa Romeo Giulietta has got back to the front of the field, ahead of Victor Gonzalez and Harry Gottsager in Honda and Hyundai 99 and 33 respectively. Tim Lewis then is redeemed for that problem at the start of the race, and the 95 car, check that, the 96 Turner BMW has gone a lap down just out of the pit and has let everybody go by.
Who has?
That was the 96 car that's just been through for Turner to answer that penalty. Shea Adam down in the pits.
The Turner cars actually haven't served their penalties yet, John. They both just came back in at the green flag. It was full pit stop for the number 96. That one saw a driver change. Vin Barletta got out, having done his minimum drive time. Jens Klingmann is now behind the wheel of that one. They are saving Super Robbie Foley for a little bit later on in the race. The 95, that's the car that went slowly early on in the race. They came into the pit lane. Remember, they were messing around with what looked like the steering wheel. It's traction control alarms that were coming on at the reduced pace behind the safety car. All is fine with the car now, though. That's the good news, but it will be coming back in for a stop here soon because it needs some more attention.
It's not a very Turner Motorsport day for those 2 BMWs. So at the front of the field, there is a BMW leading, and JC DeBetts has used that couple of full course cautions and the intervention of a BMW safety car to get himself to the front of the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona. John Branham sits behind, Halley Deegan in 3rd position. Those 3 then with about a second's lead on the chasing pack, which is being led by the number 39 Porsche of Carbon. In fact, they've almost breached the gap, haven't they? Bob McCallion in the multicoloured Race for RP Mustang, Core Motorsports. Next up, Eric Figueres for the 28 Porsche is in 6th position. Then Chad McCumbee in the number 13, the white Mustang McCumbee Mackinac racing car with the blue stripes down the side. Making up the top 10, Andy McIntosh. That's good pit stop for, off! Oops. After the kink and on the way down to the Western Horseshoe, and that looks to me like that's the 57 of Bryce Ward. Did not panic there. Now, did he get a little tap, or was he just a little over-ambitious through the kink? Might have had a little bit of an aero push, actually, behind the number 5 Alpha. That's really, really good driving by Bryce. He's come back to racing after a couple of seasons or so away. He did not panic there. Sometimes you can do too much. He let the car settle itself, Jeremy. Didn't try to put too much in, didn't jump on the brakes when he was on the grass. Let the car settle itself down and then steered with a little bit of cadence braking, it looked to me. I know these are ABS cars, but you can still lock up the wheels. That is a heck of a save by Bryce Ward.
Absolutely superb. And here's a move now on the outside, side by side across the line. It's just the BMW ahead. So JCD then just ahead of John Branham, who's doing a really nice job in this TR3 Aston Martin in second position, leading the bronze category cars in this race. The next place, by the way, is Ramin Abdul Vahabi, who's in the 16th position overall. Another Aston Martin, that's car number 09, who's also doing a nice job. Good for Ramin, Dr. Abdul Vahabi. And in third place in that class, Gary Ferreira, who's the defending class champion. That's the Will Sport number 11, a couple of places behind Abdul Vahabi in the number 11 Mercedes.
Anytime the TCR battle is beginning to heat back up again with the black and gold Alpha. Still leading. Spun on the first of the formation laps. Timed the pit stop perfectly to the caution, but sped in the pit lane and had to come back through again. Second caution, stayed out, gets the lead. And remember, we will be nominating our Michelin moment of the race in both TCR and GS from the broadcast team. And the winner's getting a set of Michelin race tyres for use at the next round of the Michelin Pilot Challenge. So we're looking for an individual or a team moment that has contributed to the race. We'll announce that closer to the checkered flag. So the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Veloce of Tim Lewis leads from, it's Victor Gonzalez, isn't it, in the 99? Yes, it is. Back to the front, and the BMW comes under challenge from the Aston Martin again on the high side. But it just looks to me as JCD has got a little bit better on the brakes. And here comes right over the top Sean McAllister in the number 39 Carbon car. And Hayley Deegan's right in there as well. She's gone to second. The Carbon Porsche, the grey and green car, up to third from nowhere. What a huge draft. Great run by Sean McAllister, up to fourth, up to third now, and being followed through by, is that the 28 Porsche as well in there. That's the Eric Figueroa's car.
Yeah, Eric Figueroa from Cocoa Beach in Florida. He's taken over from Stephen McAleer. That's a pole sitting car. That's the car that won the race last year. Slightly different colours for that Community Beer Works car, but a lot of excitement in that team. They're going to be running the full campaign this year. They only went half the season last year, and they're in championship contention at that point, and they had no plans to go north of the border to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, so fell back in the championship and then pulled out before the end of the year. But what a run that Sean McAllister had there on that Carbon with Peregrine Porsche, the sort of black, grey and bright green car. He was at 1.3 seconds behind the three leaders on the previous lap, but that was a huge draft he got coming down the front straight. And what was interesting there is that the Aston Martin looks really good on initial acceleration, but at the end of the straights, that BMW is fast.
Yeah, and very good on the brakes as well. Yeah. It does seem as though the terminal velocity of the Aston, it just either aerodynamically or power-wise, it's just running out of pace. Quick note coming in from the Rebel Rock Racing team. Andrew Davis has let us know that the crew is working to get the car back out if it's possible. The 71 will rejoin. And a bit of news going forward from that is that team is looking to grab one of the new Z06 GT3.R Corvettes and do the Endurance Cup, the Michelin Endurance Cup next year. So Rebel Rock potentially moving up to the Michelin Endurance Cup next year with the Z06. That news breaking over the lunchtime period when that Z06 was unveiled, and it's sitting there down in front of the Chevrolet building. Hayley Deegan leads across the line and holds on to the lead ahead of Sean McAllister in second. So it's Ford Performance Mustang 41 from Sean McAllister in the pole sitting. Porsche in second. Third, the JCD DeBet's car. That has not stopped the last time around. that car, but it wasn't too long since it was in the pit lane. They head onto the banking, and it was a typical drafting maneuver that took the Ford Performance Mustang into the lead, and Sean McAllister followed through on JCD and made it into second place as they were crossing the line on the tri-oval. But Hilly Deegan got that done very early indeed. A penalty for the number 5-8, the Crucial Motorsports McLaren pit lane protocol violation. I know no more than that. Drive through. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, in the 28 car, they were cheering away as the overtake with a couple of laps ago. Those 5 cars together, 2 going through. Just trying to grab Steve McAleer of the RS1 team. He disappeared about 14 levels up. I'm at Andrew Marriott levels of height here at the moment, up 14 steps. Steve, you were on the grid. We were talking about the issues with fuel consumption. Did those 2 early yellows solve those fuel issues for the car?
No. You know, everybody's gonna work on the reverse fuel window. You know, the ideal strategy I think for everybody is, you know, a caution comes out with 40 minutes to go, and you know we have a fight to the end. Definitely, as I said to you on the fan walk there, the Mustangs are really strong. They didn't fall off as much as I thought, but again, the RS1 Porsche, we're right in the thick of things here, and we're certainly going to fight for the win today.
Eric Figueiredo's replaced. He's in there and fighting. I mean, there's a lot of wincing, a lot of cheering. I mean, it's a very, very close battle every time into turn 1, isn't it?
I mean, if you watch, there's battles all through the field. You know, multiple manufacturers. This is a huge race for us, and you can see the competition again is so tough. If we get a top 3 out of here and then no damage, I'd be excited. But I will tell you, if we're close at the end, I'm going to go for it.
It looks like the draft is really strong today. Is the wind in a particular direction is making it more than normal?
Yeah, the draft is always a fun game playing the draft here. A lot of the experienced guys, certainly the NASCAR boys and girls, know how to do it as well. And there's a couple of cars that don't. So the draft is humongous here, and the side draft and everything else. It's going to be a battle on the bank, and that's for sure.
Well, it looks like you might have some more tactics to play, because the 13 Mustang, Steve McAleer's car, that's dropped a bumper, so maybe another caution.
Well, obviously I'm rooting for Chad McCumbee and Jensen Altzman and that Mustang as well. You know, McCumbee McAleer racing, but hopefully those boys finish second today and we finish first.
Good idea.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, racing against himself.
Yeah, he is racing against himself. It must be odd to see his name on the side of the car. Whilst that interview was going on, the number 95 Turner BMW went behind the wall. There's damage to the right side and to the rear of that McCumbee McAleer Mustang, which is going for second position and being pushed towards it by the number 42 Zane Smith driven car, but the Porsche on the inside, which is Stephen McAleer's car, is holding on. So we've got McAleer's car alongside McAleer's car. So the McCumbee machine and Stephen McAleer, the car he drives, are fighting for second position. There's almost a touch there between the 2 of them. Chad McCumbee, that was for the lead of the race, excuse me, as Hilly Deegan had dropped back to 4th position. Things changing so quickly. So 3 Mustangs in the top 5 cars.
4th different leader then in this race, as Chad McCumbee becomes the latest one in that McCumbee McAleer Ford Mustang, car number 13. Really good run by him. That was a interesting battle on the straight too.
That was very nearly a huge incident as Chad McCumbee was braking into the chicane. That's how he got the damage, and was side by side with one of the PF racing cars, and that has damaged the sill cover on the right hand side and the whole of the rear bumper, which goes right up underneath the lights and to the tailgate section of that car, or underneath the rear spoiler, should I say. And that has come off that car. So Mustang, Porsche, 3 Mustangs in the top 5, as I was mentioning. McCumbee and Zane Smith from Sean McAllister. Hilly Deegan has led the motor race and scored as a lap leader. In TCR, the Alpha has pulled away by a couple of seconds, actually, from Victor Gonzalez, who's fighting with Harry Gottsacker. So Alpha 5 from red, white and black Honda 99, and then the 33 Elantra. More smoke out the back of the Toyota as John Branham in the number 25 TR3 Racing Aston is down along the pit lane. And stopping at the very far end of the pits. So let's see what they're doing. Going to work on what appears to be a full service. Right side tyres are being done and fuel is going in.
Yeah, that's one of the cars, of course, that did not stop during that early caution period. The other one being the number 25 car, John Cabestro Dubet's running in the 7th position at the moment in car number 25 for Auto Technic Racing. So certainly we will expect to see him in the pit lane pretty soon now. We'll hand over that number 25 car for the second stint in this race to Rob Walker.
Famous old racing name. Not that one, I think we have to follow that with. The battle for a second, third, fourth, fifth in TCR. As I say, some nearly 3 seconds now behind the leader. Victor Gonzalez has been putting up a good fight there, but Harry Gottsacker has just squeezed through. Matt Pombo now sitting behind the red, white and black VGRT, Victor Gonzalez Racing Team Honda, and then behind them it's the Gavin Ernstone driven Simply Vegas machine. As out on the banking, the Gary Ferreira driven Mercedes has Alec Filsinger and the 69 right up his tailpipes. That's the Artura from McLaren. Tim Lewis, is he lapping the Audi there, or have we lost that from the timing screen?
Which one, sorry?
The number 17 Audi.
Yeah, no, it's a bit further back in the pack. It's 8th in the class.
Yeah.
We've got a new leader again, by the way. It's the other PF Racing Mustang. Zane Smith now is in the lead of this race. It becomes our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th different leader, 28. 25, 41, 13, and now 42. Zane Smith then leads the race from Chad McCumbee. Took the lead on that last lap set. A 1 minute 53.9 last time around for Zane Smith. It's about a second away from its fastest. Chad McCumbee remains in second. Sean McAllister in third. Then Eric Filgueras in the pole-winning Community Beer Works, car number 28. Then Hayley Deegan, who's falling back just a little bit in that 5th position, having led a couple of laps.
3 Ford Mustangs up within the top 6 cars, and Luke Mars, yours was well up within that top 3 when you were behind the wheel. We joked that you were just sitting back learning. Is that what you were doing, watching the battle for the lead?
Yeah, there's no point battling with them. It's a long race, the car's fast, so no point doing any damage. Just save the tires, save the fuel, hand the car off the bob so I can get in at the end, hopefully battle for the win.
How much has what you've learned in the IMSA Mazda MX-5 Cup about drafting helped you out so far this weekend here?
Yeah, it was my first time racing a car in that series, so I definitely learned a lot about drafting and racecraft, and it definitely has carried over into this and what I'm going to do in my future.
You're going to be making your Rolex 24 debut tomorrow as well. How difficult has it been to switch back and forth between a P3 car and then the Ford Mustang?
Yeah, it definitely takes a little bit longer when I hop in the P3 car. I'm definitely more used to this Ford Mustang, and I'm having a great time driving the P3 car, and I'm really looking forward to my first 24-hour tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow, and good luck getting more useful advice from Connor Zillage hanging out in his pit box, John.
Ah, very interesting, very interesting. Okay, it's Porsche, Mustang Porsche now, as we continue to track the battles at the front of the field. Zane Smith's rather cleared off in the number 42 Ford Performance car. And, behind him, it is Sean McAllister in second place. Then the battle for third now is between Chad McCumbee and Eric Filgueras. Filgueras is right in his wheel tracks in the number 28 RS1. That's the pole sitting car. 2 Porsches that are sort of grey and green, battling 2 Mustangs that are white and blue. 42 with classic matte black hood on that car as well. Great weather. Track temperatures well up there at the moment, with the temperature on the track at 34 Celsius or 93 Fahrenheit, 14 in the air, which is about 57. Nick Damon with an unexpected, or a repeat pit caller, should I say.
Yeah, it's the Crucial Motorsports, the 58 McLaren Artura, and I think this car did come in during the kerfuffle and the madness of the first pit stop, because that was the car that actually couldn't get out of its garage, its pit bay, because it was blocked by the car ahead of it. They've again used the gravity feed tank to put the fuel in. They're giving it a complete set of boots. I'm not sure they'll change the driver, so obviously now we're getting a long run of green. There's different tactics played, but I can't believe it was out of fuel unless they didn't manage to fuel it up properly the first time.
Could just be driver timings, and they're already back timing at the end of the race. It's just under 3 hours to go. Maybe that's how they are working it. Give you a rundown in just a moment's time. Remind you that we're live from Daytona International Speedway. It is the BMW M Endurance Challenge here at Daytona for the first round of the Pilot Challenge, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Time for some pit stops. Shea Adam.
This feels a bit early to me, John. The Windward Mercedes, number 57, they did do a pit stop when everybody else came in under the second yellow, but Bryce Ward stayed aboard. Daniel Morad has just been called into duty, and in true Super Mario style, I'm thinking of the N64 version, just jumped about 6 feet into the air, tucked his knees up, jumped over the air hose to then land next to the door to be able to release the net to let Bryce Ward out, and then install himself behind the wheel of the Mercedes-AMG GT4. They are doing right side front tire. Let's see, does it still have all of its important component bits? Yes, it still has lots of air. Quite some grip, a lot of marbles, but I'd expect that's from driving down the pit lane. They are checking the suspension and checking the brakes, trying to make sure that everything is okay. This car did have an off-track excursion, did it not, John? So they're trying to make sure it is in perfect operating condition for Daniel Morad to take it, hopefully, to the checkered flag after a couple more pit stops, of course, over the rest of this race. And also, up on the wall now, car bomb. So we should be seeing that Porsche coming in here shortly as well. Sean McAllister's driving day about to be done.
Yeah, it was a brilliant save by Bryce Ward, actually. You might want to have a word with him before you swap over to Joe Bradley. Just was a tiny little bit ambitious through the kink and got a wiggle on. And then he managed to get it back together. Out, it's not going well for that 57 shape.
It went straight behind the wall. Oh.
So, bad news for them. That's a shame. A team that have had their fair share of challenges this weekend. They are, at the moment, rebuilding their GTD car for tomorrow's 24-hour race into a new car that has arrived at lunchtime today from their base in Texas. Nick Damon?
We've got the Rob Walker car in, so it must be a van wall. Oh no, it's not, it's a BMW of Autotech Racing. They're coming in again for a standard service. They've it's quite a slow. There's not, I suppose what happens when you come into the GS and TCR, you miss the panic, because of course they're doing 5 nuts on each wheel, aren't they, rather than the centre lock, so it looks slow. The thing I particularly like, actually, is that at the end of the stops, it's a runaround by the McLaren, by the mechanics. It's a bit like 8-year-olds looking for conkers. They run around picking up all the nuts that have been spun off. It's quite good.
Only you could make that analogy, but I did like the van wall. Very good. Rob Walker, for those of you slightly younger than Nick, Jeremy, and myself, look it up. Race car, Formula One race car entrant extraordinaire back in the day. Rob Walker Motorsport. So our leader is Zane Smith and has made one pit stop back on lap 15. We are now on lap 30, carving his way through traffic. A little bit of damage to the left front of the number 10 TCR Audi that's been driven by Preston Brown. It's one of the older cars, and the new design on the wheel arches front and rear to stop that little bit of bodywork flapping around if they get side-by-side contact. I've had a decent amount of green flag running now, Jeremy, and coming through to potentially some more green flag pit stops from the cars at the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, true that. We went green. When did we go green? At 3:15 to go. So we've done about 36 minutes. Another 5 laps or so we should expect. 5 or 6 laps perhaps we should expect more pit stops from the GS leading contenders. Zane Smith, though, is doing a really nice job at the front of this field. He's pulling away from John McAllister in second place. And Eric Figueres now up into third ahead of Chad McCumbee.
Nick Damon is by the RV Motorsports GR Supra, Gazoo Racing Supra. This is the car that was smoking very badly before it came into the pit lane. Standard stop, Nick?
Well, I thought it was, I'll be honest with you. It came up a bit wobbly on its air jacks, but there was no attempt to refuel it, no attempt to change tyres, but a big attempt to have a look in the engine. And I don't think they've got a lot of ideas. They're waggling things, looking for something loose. Now, whether there's too much air getting in or whether it's a misfire, but you say it's pulling out black smoke, that means there's a combustion issue. Now, perhaps it's got a misfire, and they're trying to work out where that might be. Is it a loose plug? Is it a loose... well, they're single coils, aren't they, on each of the cylinders these days? But, yeah, this GR Supra, obviously not behaving itself, and the fact they haven't gone instantly to a solution does not bode well.
People moving very slowly or very quickly in motorsport terms, if there's no urgency, I always worry about that. Nick Damon down in the pit lane as we have just gone over an hour and 10 minutes into this 4-hour BMW M Endurance Challenge. IMSA Radio and IMSA TV together, 107.9 FM around the circuit, and of course IMSA Radio on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of video and audio channels. Big weekend this weekend, and our 4th consecutive endurance weekend next weekend from the Bathurst 12 hours at Mount Panorama. Shane and I making the trip down to New South Wales for that, along with Max Martin, who has done all 3 of the events that we've covered this January into early February, having done the... And he is one of 13 drivers from here at the Rolex that will be going to Bathurst, but I think still the only one who's going to do all 3 of the international endurance events at the start of the year. I suppose we could have had someone doing this 4-hour race and double duty tomorrow and then Bathurst as well. So we could have potentially had 64 hours of racing for somebody in the first, 5 or 6 weeks of the year over 4 consecutive weekends. And in point of fact, actually, you could then bounce back to the Asian Le Mans Series at Dubai and Abu Dhabi on the way back from Bathurst. I didn't consider that, but thought probably not. Zane Smith doing a cracking job, cracking out the times, very consistent, even though he's had to go through a little bit of TCR traffic, Jeremy.
Yeah, but on that last lap now, Eric Figueres had been moved his way up into second position in that CBW car number 28. He's closing the gap. He closed by about 3/4 of a second on that last lap. A really good lap for Eric Figueres, and he's pulled away all of a sudden from Chad McCumbee in third place. Sean McAllister having been running in third, second, just a couple of laps to get down into fourth position, but well clear of Haley Deegan in a second of the PF Racing Mustangs in fifth.
Thanks to Shea Adam for the first stint in the pits. Joe Bradley will be popping in to join Nick Damon. In TCR, it is still the black and gold Alpha that leads, courtesy of their pit strategy. They got it very right. Tim Lewis got it very wrong in terms of a speeding penalty, but the second caution rather gave him a bit of redemption there. Leads by a couple of seconds from now Harry Gottsacker in second in the Hyundai Elantra, Matt Pombo in third in the number 37 Elia Honda World car, despite them having some issues at the pit stop. Then it is Gavin Ernstone in a brilliant fourth position. They're still using their old car with the sequential gearbox, the old shape machine. The new one has arrived. They're just waiting for the right moment to introduce it. That may be later in the season. John Morley still to come in that car. 2.9 seconds at the front of the field. Battles all the way down though.
Yeah, so on that last lap, Zane Smith clearly got the message, because he was almost a full, or more than a full second quicker than he had been on the previous lap. You talked about some traffic, so back into his groove now, and he's extending his lead a little bit over Eric Filgueras in second. The gap back to Chad McCumbee, so it's about the same, 2.5 seconds or thereabouts. Hayley Deegan, she's got her mirrors full. There's all trainer cars behind her. There's Kelly Murillo, number 72. Anthony McIntosh doing a nice job in number 23.
Very good job.
Wyatt Brikacek making his debut in a sedan who's ever driven before, apart from go-karts, is open wheel cars. He's doing a nice job for Van der Steur Racing in 8th position. That's car number 19. And a few Plum, the veteran, in car number 46, and Bob McCallion hanging in there in that car that was qualified on the front row by Luca Mars. It's number 59, Core Motorsports Ford.
The last GS car to take its first stop was the number 65 BMW Auto Technic car. 65 minutes with the help of those two full course yellows, and thanks to Chris Humphries for that. Also, problem out on the racetrack down at turn 1, and there's a Porsche involved. It's got right rear suspension damage. It's the number 28 Porsche Naples car. That is the second place car, and there's been contact with another vehicle. Now, has that, it's definitely a right rear tyre problem, but there seems to be damage on the front of that car as well. That car was battling for...
It was on its own in second position.
Oh yes, it was 2 seconds. Yes.
Oh, there was no one close to it.
Nick Damon, you saw that happening at your end of the pit lane. What happened to Eric Filgueras there?
I don't know whether he had a weird lock or he had a puncture or a problem, but the car lost it under braking into one, turned opposite, turned late at 90 degrees and then hit the wall on the outside. So to a pile of smoke, and he was just sliding along as a passenger, so you kind of think it must have been a failure of a tyre or a suspension. But on his own, as far as I could see.
And we already, by the way, we also had the Supra going behind the wall after the smoky moments. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane with two returnees, and they've come back out before we even found why they went behind the wall. We knew that there was some kind of electrical glitch with the Turner car, but I think I saw the Winward car coming back on the pit lane as well, the 57 AMG.
Yeah, that's just come whizzing in out of the access road and onto pit road and back in. So that's good news for the Winward car. I'm pretty sure I saw the 25. We've gone yellow, full course yellow. Get back up to John in a moment and find out why. But the 25, I've just seen return, and I'm pretty sure that had traction control issues. They've been trying to get to the bottom of that one.
Thank you, Joe. That was the Turner car had the traction control issues, correct?
Yeah, I'm confused because I'm pretty sure that was a 25. What number's the Turner?
95 or 96.
Right, it was the 95.
Okay.
Yeah, easy to get the 2 and the 9 mixed up, isn't it?
Yeah.
When I'm trying to get out of its way.
Yeah, indeed. So that was a very nasty moment for Eric Filgueras. as he was braking into turn one. Car snapped to the right, nosed into the wall. There's a right rear puncture. Hard to tell whether that was cause or effect. And Chad McCumbee coming as the next car along.
It was cause. Something caused that car to swap ends. That's really disappointing for Eric and for Steve McAleer across the pole-sitting car. And really looking forward to a full season. They know they're both fast. They're both work really hard to get where they are in this sport. It's a tremendous story. Both those guys are great stories from different parts of the world, obviously. Steve McAleer originally from Glasgow in Scotland, and Eric Filgueiras from just down the coast here at Cocoa Beach. But he's been knocking on doors, working really, really hard, and he met the owner of Community Beer Works up at the Monticello facility where he does some driver coaching, and Tom Kapinski has given him this opportunity to drive with Stephen McAleer. Last year they did a handful of races to run another series which they won quite handily in the SRO series as silver drivers, and now running a full season of Michelin Pilot Challenge, but unfortunately they're not going to get many points from today's race.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. And Stephen Lloyd has done just that and said, why do the GS cars use 5 nut wheels instead of the centre lock GTD GT3 wheels? That is the regulation for GT4. There was an exemption, wasn't there, for the McLaren GT4 in the old shape McLaren, and I have to say I haven't noticed whether the Artura is centre lock wheel, but what they did with that, Stephen, was they cut down the number of people who were allowed to make the pit stops. So instead of being allowed 2 guns, you're only allowed 1 gun on the wheel to have the single centre lock. But that is GT4 regulations globally for that. And we'll take some more of your tweets in a moment. Joe Bradley has been doing a bit of detective work. We saw the number 57 Winward car come in for what looked like a standard stop. Bryce Ward got out, Daniel Morad got in, then it went behind the wall. It's now back out on the track, so whatever it was fixed quickly. Bryce Ward will explain to Joe Bradley.
Bryce, I was happy to almost get run over by your car returning to the track there. I'm happy to see it back out there. It went behind the wall. What was the problem?
Yeah, it looks like a broken caliper on the right-hand side. So, I was going up to turn 5 and the brakes just went right to the floor, and it was like, oh my gosh, this is bad news. And so I managed to get the car stopped and then radioed in, and they said pit, and box. So we came in and changed the front caliper, and Daniel's out there now, and I don't know how many laps we're down, but maybe we can make a few laps back. So look forward to it.
Magnificent reactions in keeping that car. Have you had a change of underwear as well? Because that was quite an incident.
I don't know if you saw what happened before that, but going into turn 3 right at the restart, I got punted out onto the grass in turn 3 and stalled the car, then got it restarted for just in front of or just behind the TCRs. And then when I went through the kink, I'd forgotten that I didn't have any grip on the tires because they're full of grass, and just ran out wide. And my gosh, it was an ugly moment, but managed to keep it off the wall, and hopefully we can get some points out of this now.
Yeah. So how far off your original strategy are you now with that?
4 laps, I don't know, 5 laps, who knows, I don't know. Honestly, if we'd come in the top sort of 10, 15, I would have been delighted, and really we were on pace to do that. And then there was a TCR that was during a wave by, or a class split, and we didn't realize there was a TCR right up front there, so we got passed by a bunch of cars. Not a good call on our side, but that's what happens, so we got to really stay awake.
Bryce, it's been one of those character-building weekends that motorsport can throw at you. The team for the big race, Lucas Auer, that big accident, we're happy to hear that he's doing well. What can you tell us about him? Is he okay?
Honestly, I wish I could tell you something. I know we were waiting for the doctors to report back just before I went on track. I'm sure maybe there's something now, but I have no real update. So, let me go and find out from Christian, my co-owner at Winward Racing, and see if he's had any news, and we'll get back to you.
That'd be brilliant. And the car repair, I believe the new chassis has arrived here at the track, and the team are working hard.
Yeah, so, hats off to the team. I mean, they got everything prepared, and I'm pretty sure we'll be back on track tomorrow. Obviously, we missed a bunch of practice time, but you know, the guys are amazing. The whole team is pulled together, and you know, I look forward to seeing what we can do in 24-hour race. I think it'll be good.
Well, everybody that we know and all the fans are really behind the team. Challenging times, and I'm pretty sure you guys will pull it off. Our best to Lucas, would you, please?
Thank you very much. I certainly will let Lukey know.
I'll let you get your head back into this one, Bryce. Thank you for talking to us.
Bryce Ward, what a magnificent save coming through that kink. So a broken caliper there. Pits are about to open for GS. Here's a quick one on at IMSA Radio. Thank you for all your submissions. Joseph, 97. Jill Goonon, Lucas Stoltz, and we'll all be doing the combination of Dubai, WeatherTech, and Dubai here at Daytona and Bathurst, apparently. I have to say I haven't looked at the Bathurst list, but I will do. If you know better, then at IMSA Radio. Anyone else who's doing the Dubai triple header? Just waiting for the cars to coming into the pit lane, and I think it's Joe Bradley that's at pit in, so we'll keep an eye open for where the leader comes into the pits. He's going to get one of the Marilla Racing cars first of all, Joe.
Yeah, not quite that far up, John. I'm more towards the middle, and it's going to be, as ever, what we expect in Michelin Pilot Challenge races at this time, under yellow. All the GS cars, pretty much, I think everyone has chosen to pit this time, so we're going to be... We've got the 42 just ahead of me. John, I think you've probably got a better view from up on your perch. As I'm stuck here, I'm just in...
Okay, we'll take that from here then. The Ford Mustang of Zane Smith into the pit lane, and the team have gone to work. The Ford Performance team are pitted just after the split in the pit lane. The 42 is the car that is up the pit lane the furthest, and the team car is sitting behind. The 5 stud nuts being pulled off the car. They're working on the right rear, and it looks like they've done the left-hand side already. Fuel's done, so this is costing them time now. Fuel on both of those cars are done. The 42 car is down and away, but it is not going to retain its position on the pit lane, and already heading out, there's cars ahead of it, and a number of cars ahead of it. So as the cars are leaving the pit lane, that Zane Smith number 42 has not held on to its lead. So one of the McLarens going through further up the pit lane, and that was maybe just a little bit of tardy work on the left-hand side tyres. We'll let the guys down there cool their heels for a moment before we go and talk to them and find out what happened. So we had the Porsche 718 83 car got out. Certainly Sean McAllister was out very quickly as well. So let's see how they line up. Zane Smith has stayed in the car. Nick Damon.
Yeah, amongst a lot of differential strategy, we had some people taking tyres, some not, but the 83, which is the Cayman of, is it BJP, I think, isn't it? They did something very interesting. They spent, BGB, Motorsports. They did something very carefully, whilst the fuel was going in, did tyre pressure checks on both the right-hand side tyres. They've just seen a Cayman have a tyre failure, that's a Mustang, have a tyre failure and hit the wall, so they wanted to make sure they weren't about to have any chance of the same failure again. So they were checking the tyres very carefully on that right-hand side, John.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. So, Jeremy, a whole raft, a slew of stops, as you might imagine. Who didn't stop among the leading GSs? No, they all came in, didn't they? It was about the right sort of time.
The only GS cars that did not come into the pits were those that had been a lap down. By staying out, they will go past all those cars that made their pit stops, and then before the restart, they will be allowed to get, because they will be in between the safety car and the class leader, or the overall leader. They will be able to go past the safety car and run around to the back of the pack and stay on the lead lap. or rather regain the lead lap. Now it's TCR cars onto pit lane. We've already had the wave around. If you saw cars overtaking some of the faster cars a lap or two ago, those were the TCR cars that were trapped in between the safety car and the TCR leader, which was car number 1.
33 was the lead TCR, and the number 1 car is not pitted in the same place. So Nick is with the 33.
And they're making the driver change. Rob Wickens getting into the car. Harry Gosser getting out. So it's the Canadian racer. They're strapping him in. Obviously, they're flicking that switch to change the car to hand controls. I'd like to make the point that Robert's certainly in the car. They're still doing tyres, so no loss because and he's in and settled. So it's a very quick. They've certainly sorted out that driver change, haven't they? Because they're still trying to get the front left on, and they've got the driver there. So this was going to go well, Joe.
Yeah, the number 100 in as well. Taylor Hager out of the current reigning champ. Oh, he stalls. It's Michael Lewis who's taken over. Stalls off the pit box. That's not cost him too much under yellow, but driver change, tyres and fuel for the number 100.
Thanks, Joe. And side by side on the pit lane speed limit with the 73 LA Honda World car. Nick Damon has been watching the number 33 Hyundai.
Hand raised. 33 about to go, has gone nowhere and is staying on the jacks. So whether they've got a problem releasing the jacks or they've discovered a problem at the rear of the car. I was at the front of it as I'm walking along now. The IMSA officials are having a good old search at the back of that machine. It's still up on the jacks, very frustrating. It's not quite so bad in the full course yellow situation, of course. What is the problem? And the problem is the exhaust has fallen off. So the rear the mounting for the exhaust has gone. So you now need to get it back up again. Otherwise, it'll just drag on the ground. Now, obviously, as we know, in a front-wheel drive car, the rear wheels are only there to keep the exhaust from dragging on the ground, but they can't even do that. So they're failing the Martin Haven test at the moment. And of course, this is very hot, so you can't use your tyre wraps. You're going to have to find something, possibly the proper bracket. But this could be a while, and they might lose the lead lap.
Thank you, Nick. Jeremy?
Yeah, that's unfortunate for that team. So we didn't see all of the TCR cars onto the pit lane that time, did we? Quite a few of them stayed out, I think, including Roy Block in the Alfa Romeo. He is effectively leading the race overall at this stage, but before we go back to green, all the GS cars will move ahead of all the TCRs. So enjoy that moment in the sun there, Roy Block. But you're still leading in TCR. The best emerging car from that round of pit stops was Jerome Bleckemol in the number 83 car. That must have been just a very quick splash for that car, because it was right at the tail end of the lead lap. Did it even come into the pits that time? I'm not 100% sure. Probably didn't, because he has leapfrogged all the way from the 23rd position, most likely to the lead, I think, before we go back to green.
Hello to Motor Racing UK magazine. Hello, Mick, how are you? In the UK. First time watching Michelin Pilot Challenge. Did they run to the WSC Performance BOP for TCR? IMSA are licensed by Marcello Lotti to run the TCR and also to have their own performance parameters. They were held back a little bit a few years ago. As the GS cars, the GT4 cars have got quicker, they have been allowed much closer to full fat, if you will, on TCR performance. And there are some tracks, notably Lime Rock Park. In the first sector of Lime Rock Park, they are as quick, if not quicker, than the GT4 cars because of the downforce, quite large amounts of downforce that the TCR cars make from their bodywork. Finally, Nick Damon, the 33 car has left your company.
I know, and much to my surprise, they have used, obviously, super heat-resistant tyre wraps there. There was actually the mounting had failed on the single exhaust pipe, and it kind of flicked up, so they're obviously able to keep it away from the direct heat. It is very heavily lagged, that exhaust pipe, so hopefully they've got some super high melting point tyre wraps. It was a couple of those magical connecting plastic devices that are currently holding Rob Wickens' hopes in their hands.
Phil Kinch is following the TCRs at Daytona from a chilly Milton Keynes in the centre of the UK. Always a highlight of the winter endurance season. Kev Hamilton, thank you, Kev. He's tweeted at IMSA Radio. The Artura GT4 is now 5-stud wheels instead of the centre locks that were on the 570 GT4. Thank you for that. I have to say, I forgot to look at that, and it was only when we were talking about wheel nuts, lug nuts, that I was reminded of the different regulations for the McLaren that we had in the past. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, 107.9 around the circuit, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network. And if you go to our IMSA Radio website and click the live video tab, then you will be able to see the pictures that we're seeing here in the booth. Let's pick up some drivers from that first stint. Taylor Hagler, defending champion, got out of the #1 car, which means she can talk now to Joe Bradley.
So Taylor, the interesting thing I saw in that pit stop was you got out of the car, you went straight on the perch, put the headset on, and you were talking. Were you talking to Michael in the car and relaying information?
No, actually, I didn't put a radio on. One of our engineers did. I helped Michael get in the car, and then I come back and debrief with my engineer, but he'll relay whatever Michael said over to me.
Right. Can you tell us anything what you said?
Right now, I think the only thing that we have is maybe a little radio mishap that we're working on. Other than that, car's good. We're still under yellow, and we'll see what he says when we get back to green.
Yeah. When I said to you, you're still in contention. You kind of questioned that. What do you think?
Yeah, we're kind of questioning it just because, I mean, we're kind of having a radio miscommunication right now that they're working on, and I mean, this isn't Hyundai's strongest track, but we've been working on it for 2 weeks, and I think we're in a good spot, but we have 2 hours and 25 minutes left, so you never really want to jinx anything.
Exactly, and you're carrying the #1 for a reason. You guys know what you're doing. Thanks, Taylor. Let's stay with Hyundai and head up to Nick.
With Harry Gottsacker out the 33. Harry, I mean, it was a great run. You came in the lead. Did you know there was an exhaust problem when you came in?
Yeah, I definitely felt something when I was out there. Told my engineer, what I was feeling while I was out there. Didn't think it was that big of an issue, but all of our guys at Brian Hurd Autosport got the car back out there pretty quick, so we'll see what Robert can do. Hopefully he can get back up to the top.
I think you dropped a lap. That's not the end of the world here, is it? You can get it back the next yellow, and there's going to be more by the judging of it.
Yeah, most definitely. There's still 2.5 hours left in this long race. Attrition's going to be our friend. Our Elantra N is fast. Now it's just up to Robert.
How is everyone behaving out there? We've had a lot of incidents, but they seem to be mostly solo incidents.
Yeah, I don't know. We were battling out there pretty good at the front for a while there. Everyone was clean. I was having fun. It was good racing.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Jeremy, is this the international debut for the McLaren Artura?
I think it is, yes,
yeah,
absolutely right.
Bill was asking that question, and I can't remember seeing one. We didn't have one to buy.
No, in that case, yes.
Right.
And it's a 3-litre V6 twin turbo, so different engine to the previous 570S, and this very much a sort of purpose-built design for GT4. The 570S was a kind of a bit of a more of an upgrade from a road car really,
yes,
than this, which is much more focused toward the GTD market in terms of drivability and availability and everything else. So yeah, it's an exciting new car, and we've got where the best of them is running at the moment in the 16th position. I think that's the MIA car. The other one had some problems early on.
Welcome back to Mia, by the way. The other one.
Huh. Oh, there it is. 25th position.
It's hiding among
Laura
the
Strauss, yeah.
TCR.
She's still on the lead lap. She was able to get back on the lead lap with that wave around last time around. So still in contention, very much.
Hello to Carol and Kevin Brink. Kevin tuned in near Thermal, which is IndyCar are going for some testing, aren't they, the next few days? Yeah. Kevin outdoors, enjoying the heat over there. Thermal by name and by nature. If you're just joining us, welcome along. We still have plenty of action for you with just under 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. In fact, in 7 seconds, there'll be 2 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds, 21:20. Still to go. We're coming back to the green this time, and it will be Jerome Blekemolen who brings us back to the green in the BGB Motorsports Porsche. So good pit stop cycle for them. Aston Martin number 19, the Van der Steur racing car, then Murillo Racing, Christian Schimchak in the AMG, then PF, then Team TGM. So Zane Smith dropped down to 4th position after that pit stop, and it would appear that he has stayed in the car, having started that number 42 PF racing machine and led coming into that pit stop. So BGB Porsche leading from Aston Martin and Van der Steur Racing, with Van der Steur stepping up from TCR next year. Absolutely what IMSA wants: ladder series, development of teams and drivers and engineers and mechanics, etc, etc. And they're coming up from running a Veloster Hyundai last year, now running a GT4 GS Aston Martin, sitting in 2nd with Rory Van der Steur behind the wheel. So a good pit stop cycle for them.
And he's going to be sharing that car with Austin McCusker, who won the IMSA Prototype Challenge Series 2 or 3 years ago. He's been racing in Europe for the last few years, but wanted to get back over here. Austin has known Rory Van der Steur through their karting associations from 10 years or so, and they're both in the early 20s, so as kids. Rory asked Austin, do you want to come drive with me? I'll step you up to GS for this season. And Austin said, yeah, great idea, I'd love to do that. So that's going to be a full season program, and they're joined for this event by Wyatt Brikacek, who drove the opening stint there. Did a nice job, was running pretty much inside around about the top 10 for most of that first couple of stints. Nice job by him. And Rory Van der Steur driving now that number 19.
A couple of penalties. The number 33, right hand at Autosport number 33, they put on those super hot weather tie wraps under the exhaust without an approved jack stand. That will be a drive-through for those cars. There's been an incident coming into the backstage chicane. That looks like the Alpha and the one of the Rockwell cars, I think, as well. It is the Alpha, the number 5 car, which was the leader of the class, Mark Wilkins, and that car is destroyed around the front end. There's an Audi involved as well. Roy Block behind the wheel. As through goes Mark Wilkins, now the new leader of TCR. We'll have another full course caution here. The safety car having to come back out again. Now that is in the braking area going in to what is termed turn 7. The Le Mans chicane. We had NASCAR, ACO and IMSA officials posing for pictures over there, having had their convergence meetings and planning the future of sports car racing globally.
Yeah,
we've got this safety truck already there, Jeremy.
Yeah, unfortunately a convergence of a couple of TCR cars, which isn't what you want.
That is
not quite sure how that could have happened, because as you said, Roy was leading the class. And
lapped car? No, they should have been out of the way after the restart, shouldn't they? It is one of the Rockwell cars. Rob Eklund has just now. Did Rob Eklund get his pit drive-through done under green, because the yellow flag may have come out just as he was coming into the pit lane in the 09 car? Yeah, 09 entered a closed pit. So
if he didn't do anything to the car, he'll be allowed just to drive through the pit lane. You have to rejoin at the back. Yeah. But there won't be an additional penalty if he'd stopped in his stall and they had done any work on the car during a pits when the pits were officially closed. Then there would be an additional penalty. Let's have a look here. What happens?
Oh, Roy just lost it under braking and speared to the right twice and got pinballed through the rest of the field. Very odd. So I think Roy, who'd restarted in the lead, had already lost some ground there coming out of the high-speed portion of the track.
Yeah, probably before they got there, and yeah, gosh, that's unfortunate.
Alex Rockwell, by the way, was the other car. It was the number 10 Rockwell machine. That's last year's winners of this race in the Alpha, and that Alpha is not coming back. Oh, what a shame. As the 83 Porsche of Jerome Blinkhamall and BGB Motorsports is leading the race. This is going to be quite a clean-up, to be honest, on the far side of the circuit, because there's a lot of fluid out there. Also stopped on the circuit is the number 89 Hart Honda at turn 6. So that was another incident. Was the Alpha involved in that? Yes, it was. And also one of the Mercedes there.
That's number 11 car.
So there was a schmozzle coming onto the high bank. So the Will Sports Mercedes involved. There was a spin from that car into the front of the TCR field. I think that's what's happened there. The Alpha gets caught up in that fairly early, gets a clip. The hard car has an even harder hit on the red and white Mercedes, and that's done considerable damage to the front. A couple of the Hyundais had to run over the debris. I think there was a little clip on the rear of the Alpha, and then that's broken coming down into the back straight chicane. The damage on the car is from it hitting the wall and pinballing back into the rest of the field, but crossed the line in the lead, but wasn't leading when that happened, Jeremy Shaw.
No, it wasn't. It was quite some way back down the package. That incident at turn 6 cost them quite a bit of time, so they just went from bad to worse there for that KMW team. Let's have a look again coming up into turn 6 of a replay we're looking at now. The Alpha's already lost a position to the number 98 car of Mark Wilkins, and then Chris Wilson. It was a vastly experienced, unlike him to make a mistake, but it appeared that he did.
Kevin Wheeler of KMW. Kevin, we just watched the footage there of the Alpha there. And what's your theory?
Well, it looks like we had a good hit in the left rear corner in turn 6 when there was some mayhem on that restart. He called, said he got hit. The crew chief asked him if the steering wheel was straight, and as he was going down the back straightaway, we didn't hear anymore. And so we think it cut a tire, blew a tire, and he went into the wall when he hit the brakes.
Yeah, because it was an odd place for that car to spear off to the right, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just in an odd spot. And when he hit the brakes, the car just veered to the right and into the wall, and it was a hard hit, so the car's done. Driver's okay.
I was going to ask you that, because we're car people. Is the driver okay?
Yeah, driver was fine. He got out, said, sorry, guys, that the car just went, and I can see from that impact, it looks like we got hit in the left rear hard enough to either cut a tire or break something.
Yeah, the good news is that Roy's all right. Great stuff. Sorry about that, Kevin.
Yes, so again, thanks to our replay through that team up at Charlotte for getting us several looks of that, which brought us to the same conclusion as Kevin down at KMW. He is the KMW, Kevin Michael. And the incident, a little bit of a check-up at turn number 6 going on to the high banks after that spin from the Will Sports AMG. And contact into the back of the Alpha. Continued, 2 more corners, and then something gave up and has speared that car into the wall. Big cleanup going on at the moment. Also the Hart Honda involved as well. So that's 3 TCRs and 3 TCRs that were doing all right, particularly the first 2, the 5 and the 89, had the Alpha and the Hart Honda. Steve Ike behind the wheel there, really with nowhere to go. He came out of the infield and was presented with a Mercedes-Benz sideways in front of him and then doing a flick turn. And then Alex Rockwell, again, I'm afraid, an innocent bystander. As Roy Block braked, the car speared right, hit the wall, and then bounced back into the number 10 Rockwell car. So all of the action was kicked off by the Mercedes, pulling back across the track actually, and I suppose you're sitting in the middle of the track. What do? Stand still or do you try to move? And that's where the initial impact with the Alpha was. And it bounced through the Rockwell car into the wall and then back into the wall for a second time on the driver's side.
Sharp right, didn't it? And poor old Alex Rockwell just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I don't think, bizarrely, none of the drivers whose cars are the worst damaged there, Roy Block, Steve Ike and Alec Rockwell, I don't think you can put any blame whatsoever for the damage of the cars on them. They were involved in other people's accidents or the repercussions from them. Let's go to Nick Damon down in the pit lane, who's with the Rockwell team now in the number 10 awning.
Yeah, with Tom O'Gorman. Tom, we were saying that is the definition of bad luck, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's one of those kind of situations that we can all look at each other and go, well, that's racing, but it's a very expensive series of events that just happened. I feel so bad. You know, for me, this is my first race back in about 3 years. It looks like I'm not racing, but the Rockwell team works so hard. I've been so impressed. I felt so welcomed by them, and they worked so hard. So I'm more heartbroken for them to see that they're basically collateral damage to this incident, but I know they're going to work harder to get back. So I'll try too.
So Tommy, you took 3 years off, but you come back for a TCR race at Daytona. Why did you choose that as your comeback?
I got the chance. You know, I raced the full 2019 season with a Honda, and I raced half of 2018 in one of these exact Audis. And the Rockwell guys were super generous to stay in touch with me. They offered me the opportunity to come back, so here I am. But you know, not coming back wasn't necessarily my choice, but coming back was absolutely the first chance I got. I was happy to be here.
Well, Tom, it's another long one at Indianapolis in a few months' time, so I hope you get a run out there.
That's good to hear. I'll see you there.
Thanks a lot. Cheers, Tom.
He's making a lot of assumptions there about Mr. Damon's employment and travel plans later in the Nick Damon down in the pit lane with Joe Bradley. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh on the 5th floor overlooking the start-finish line. Again, magnificent work by our track services and recovery teams, along with all of the marshals and the AMR safety team as well, who are getting all of the detritus around the track cleared up before we can go racing again. We're commencing the GS class split. We're coming down to just under 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. And what's this, Jeremy? Our 4th full course caution?
Yeah, I think it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. We won't be going through the pit opening sequence because it was within 15 minutes of a previous green flag, but still the cleanup is going to take quite a while. So we're now commencing the GS class split. So I think there's a couple of GS cars toward the back of the field that were behind a couple of the TCRs, so they'll be able to go on past and take up position for the restart.
Right, well, let's have a quick look. Jeremy, give us a quick rundown of what's going on at the sharp end of both of the fields then, as that's happening now. I think you'll see 1 or 2 pit callers as well. In fact, we just have. That was the 33 back into the pit lane. That's the one with the dodgy exhaust. Nick Damon, let's go down for that.
Yeah, they put the proper jacks under this time, which I think was the reason they got the penalty, wasn't it? But they are back under the car again. So they're obviously not convinced. The way they lift the car, it wasn't like the exhaust just flopped about. So it's still being held in place by the Miracle tie wrap. So I assume they think that's a temporary fix. And now they've got more time, they'll probably have a chance to put some bolts in it. But yeah, Joe, what do you got?
I've got Cameron Lawrence out of the 95 Turner BMW. You guys have lost some places there, out of contention with an issue. What was the issue?
Yeah, it was a lot of small issues that kind of led to us not being able to run under full power and really kind of show the potential of the car. So rather than run around kind of with an injured car, we decided it'd be a better decision to come in and fix it properly. It wasn't very safe out there, so now it seems like the cars are running well. Jens is having a good time in the 96 car. Robert's out there, you know, just trying to cycle and keep out of people's way, but we're kind of using it as a bit of a test session for our car while the other team car kind of goes and tries to fight their way back. So it's kind of an unfortunate series of events that led to this point, but the guys are on top of it. It's just kind of got to see how the rest of this race goes, and it's a big learning experience for everybody.
They call it character building, Cam. Honestly, I know what you're feeling.
Nick Damon.
Yeah, the 33 now, what was looking like a simple let's put another tyre up in, is completely different. They've taken off the rear valance, which actually came off quite effectively. So obviously this is a planned piece of maintenance they can do. Now they're trying to find a way of, with more room to work, 2 engineers underneath there, 3 very solid blocks preventing any chance of the car falling on them. They're now trying to work a little bit harder on finding a mounting solution for this wayward, waggly exhaust. But they've got to be careful not to lose another lap because they're one down as it is.
Yeah, when Cameron Lawrence was talking about using this as a test session because they're 14 laps behind the race leaders. That's a brand new car that Turner Motorsport is running this year. It's the Evo version, or the new version of the BMW M4 GT4, the G82 shell, if you like, rather than the F82, which is the older car. So it's still pretty new to the team. They've got a lot to learn, so they can get out there now, and even though they're not going to be contending for a front-running place, at least they can learn more about the car and make some changes and see if the changes work.
I think we're going to have at least one more lap behind the BMW M4 CS at the front of the field, Jeremy. So a good opportunity just to remind everybody where the leading runners are in both the classes. Yeah, so overall it's Jerome Blekemolen who leads the way for BGB Motorsports in the Porsche 718 GT4, car number 83. In second position, the guy who set the fastest lap of the race, Zane Smith, still at the wheel of that number 42 car for PF Racing. That's a Ford Mustang GT4. Pair of Aston Martins in third and fourth. The Van der Steur Racing, car number 19, Rory Van der Steur at the wheel. Behind him is Matt Plum in the number 46 Team TGM entry. The Ford Mustang of Core Motorsports, car number 59, Bob McCallion, driving in the 5th position ahead of Nolan Siegel, who's taken over from Sean McAllister in the car barn with Peregrine Racing, car number 39. That's another Porsche. Rounding out the top 10, Christian Shimjak, car number 72, the Murillo Racing Mercedes. Then Elliot Skier in the number 47 Porsche, that is run by the Nola Sport team. Then the Ford Mustang of Haley Deegan in car number 41, that's the second of the PF Racing Mustangs. And in 10th position, Scott Andrews in car number 27, the Lone Star Racing Mercedes. That car is fast. Scott has been quick in several sessions. Anton Diaz-Pereira, I think, has already fulfilled his minimum drive time, so Scott Andrews will take this car to the finish. And watch out for the number 27 car. It's in 10th position at the moment, but it's fast, and I would expect Scott Andrews to be moving forward. In 11th position, car number 44 is Justin Pisketel in the Accelerating Performance Aston Martin. Behind him, Chad McCumbee, led early on in car number 13. That's the McCumbee-McAleer Racing Ford Mustang. Brett Sandberg's doing a nice job in car number 9, taking over from Jim Johnson, who drove the opening stint in the automatic racing Aston Martin. And the 09 car, the teammate car, that's also running on the lead lap, but a little bit further down the order with Rob Ecklin having relieved Ramin Abdul-Vahabi at the wheel of that car. In TCR, it's Mark Wilkins who leads the way, former series champion for Brian Herder Autosport in car number 98. These cars are behind all the GS cars that are on the lead lap. Number 98 car leads in TCR, 28th position overall in the race. Behind him, Gavin Ernstone, still driving at number 61, Roadshagger Racing Audi. He'll be handing over that car to John Morley fairly soon. Mikey Taylor in the number 17 Unitronics Audi in third position. And then fourth is Victor Gonzalez, number 99 Honda. Another Honda, William Talley, Dr. Will Talley in fifth place, car number 73, former winner of this race. Nick Loyman's in the second of the Rockwell Auto Development cars. Car number 15 is running sixth. Good effort by him. And then still on the lead lap are Tyler Maxson in car number 70. That's one of the Daily Motorsports Hyundais. And Michael Lewis in the number 1 car, the defending series champion. And Matt Pombo, the pole sitter, just made a pit stop, but he is still on the lead lap in TCR. Perfectly timed, Jeremy, as the green flag is in the air. Preston and Tony and the driver in the start to stand. And a fairly uneventful restart at the front of the field so far, as Gerald Blegemolen got a decent jump along with Zane Smith, Rory Van der Steur coming through in the Aston Martin in third, Matt Plum in fourth. for the number 46, just coming down to half distance in this race. 2 minutes to halfway there. Get the memes out. Onto the infield. 39, Nolan Siegel out on the driver's right-hand side, trying to make up a position or two in that dark grey and green number 39 Carbon Porsche. 09 Aston getting a penalty. Plus 11 kilometers an hour. Somebody was tardy with their thumb on the pit lane speed limiter there, I would have thought. That's going to be a stop and go. So not just a drive through, that's a drive into the penalty box, stop the wheels moving, and then be waved out by the official. And that has to be done under green flag conditions. Leading pair pulling away. Blake and Molan, the green and black BGB Porsche then to driver's right into, oh, still debris out there going into turn 7, the Le Mans chicane. Looked like a bit of tyre debris being thrown up by the cars as they spread out under braking. And Blake and Molan gets through the Le Mans chicane rather nicely.
Yeah.
And pulled out maybe a couple of cars lengths there, but here comes the Mustang, just starting to gain. He'll still be getting the draft from that 5-6 cars back. Now is about a car length back, and the hood, the bonnet of the Mustang starts vibrating, telling you that the airflow is changing dramatically down into turn 1, and it's down to about half a car's length. Then a wee bit of a gap back to Rory van der Steur in the number 19, the blue and white Aston Martin from Matt Plum in the number 46 Vantage. So the mid-engined Cayman 718 GT4 holding off at the moment a slew of front-engined V8 cars into the pit lane for the 09, by the way. That's Rob Eklund doing his stop. Mick Damon's also got the Audi of Nick Lumans in the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that whilst this battle goes on at the lead, and catching the Honda number 83, was that? No, can't be. Certainly catching one of the TCR cars that's well off the pace at the back, and the lead has changed whilst that was happening. A little bit of opportunist manoeuvre, and now the Mustang making the hole in the air. It's a bigger frontal area on that Mustang, loads of tyre debris still on the track. Somebody's lost a wheel liner, wheel arch liner, that's what it is on the circuit. So Zane Smith back to the lead and immediately starts to pull away from Jerome Blakemolen. So the man who is most used to running around this area, yeah, I think that's a wheel arch liner that's come out, and there's more damage from cars running over the grass on the exit of turn 7, and a huge amount of debris on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Now, let's see if we can work out who that came from. Whoever's in front of the 41, I think that might have been Nolan Siegel in the 39 Carbon car. Was it Christian Simchak in the number 72? But there's a goodly piece of bodywork and wheel arch liner in 2 different parts on the circuit. Meantime, battle for the lead in TCR, going through turn 1 onto the infield. The red, white and black number 99 Civic is Victor Gonzalez with Martin Wilkins in the eggshell blue and red machine. As behind the wall, was that the number 37 car, Matt Pombo? I think it was. No, that's a blue car. So what Honda is that that's going behind the wall? No, it was the 37. 73 is the blue car, isn't it? Up over the top for a pass for the lead, keeping that position. Victor Gonzalez just managed to hold on there. He led across the line last time around, but Mark Wilkins had dragged up alongside him. Victor managing to hold the lead from the outside run into turn 1.
The guy on the charge of that restart was kind of a 47. Elliott Skier on this he crossed the line in 3rd position last time around. He made up 4 places on that previous lap. So up into 3rd position and going to try and close up on Jerome Blekemolen in the similar Porsche Cayman for BGB. It's a NOLA Sport entry that Elliott Skier is driving. Adam Adelson drove the opening stint, and now it's Elliott Skier, who's a very accomplished young driver and very highly regarded by everybody at Porsche in particular.
Into the second half of the race with 1 hour and 57 minutes to go. Zane Smith, Jerome Blekemolen, Elliott Skier, Matt Plum, Rory van der Steur, Nolan Siegel. And there's going to be a stop plus 10 for the Honda Civic that's just gone behind the wall. Matt Pombo improperly served emergency service obligation stop. He's actually gone behind the wall. I think there's bigger problems there for that car. Just to note as well that the Core Motorsports number 59 car went missing a lap or 2 ago with Bob McCallion behind the wheel. Shown as stopped.
5th position.
Yeah, that car now shown as stopped. I haven't seen it round the circuit. I saw that a lap or so ago, and I've been watching both the onboards and had a bit of a scope around with the binoculars.
Was that one of the cars that was involved in that kind of schmozzle up at the Le Mans chicane, perhaps?
Must have been.
Yeah.
Must have been. But it's shown as stopped rather than in the pits, Jeremy. So maybe it's got in through the back door and therefore hasn't tripped the pit lane entry. Great battle in TCR. Might as well put that in a hotkey as well. We've said that many times before in this, and ST before it. But it is the FK7 Honda Civic. This is the newer shape car. And the battle actually is for 2nd position. Here comes the Audi getting a great draft. The number 17 Unitronics car going into the braking area for the Le Mans chicane. And Mikey Taylor has got position there, but last of the late breakers. Mark Wilkins knew that he could keep on the outside, and Gavin Ernstund wants a little bit of that as well. Mark Wilkins with Mikey Taylor rather with his fastest, and that car's fastest lap of the race last time around with a 58.1 on the stopwatch. Goes to the outside early. It's really using the whole of the slipstream, the whole of the draft now. Gets along to the rear quarter panel. He's gone the high side, the long way round into the tri-oval. The Liquid Moly Unitronics car, and Gavin Ernstund's getting a double draft now, and he's coming up on them as well. Which way will he go? He dives to the inside as the pair ahead of him, battling for 3rd and 4th, go side by side through turn 1 and 2. Victor Gonzalez just ahead of them. Marvellous stuff. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th pretty much together now in TCR as the red and white Honda number 99 goes towards the kink. Shadows just starting to lengthen a little bit, but still a beautiful afternoon. 31 Celsius on the track. That's 88 Fahrenheit, 57 in the air, 14 Celsius. So still, although the sun's out, it's not as warm as it has been over the last few days. Getting onto the back of that lead battle. Defending championship leader Michael Lewis off. And that car has come to a halt. That is at the International Horseshoe, right opposite us. And that car, I think, is dead stick. Difficult to say. He's managed to get it behind the barriers somehow. There, Jeremy.
Two is by the pit lane exit, isn't it?
Yeah, he's
done a good job there.
Well, he must have had some drive because he's reversed it back in there.
A shame for him. That's a very disappointing way to start the season for he and Taylor Hagler, two-time champions each of the last 2 years.
Going for the triple this year. And Joe Bradley was talking to Taylor when she got out of the car. She said they had a few niggles, but it was mostly a radio problem that they were fighting against. Zane Smith leads by 1.2 seconds in the number 42 Mustang. The battles are in TCR. Gavin Ernstund, who has now driven 2 hours and 8 minutes. Moves up into 3rd position in the Simply Vegas original version of the Audi. Meantime, the battle towards the middle of the top 10 in GS is enthralling, with Nolan Siegel in the 39 Porsche under pressure from Christian Simchak and Scott Andrews, and Haley Deegan and Chad McCumbee fighting back in the number 13. That's the Mustang with slight damage to the right-hand side and with no rear bumper cover on it, side by side with the PF Racing Mustang of Haley Deegan. Haley's been in since the start as well, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has, yeah. And there's been some magnificent battles, haven't there, in these sort of 5th, 6th positions, or 3rd, 4th, anywhere around about there. It's been a tremendous dice going on. Just look at the Bronze Cup category. It's a number 11 car of Chris Wilson, despite an incident shortly after the restart recently, who leads the way now in car number 11. He's a couple of seconds or so ahead of John Potter, who's stepping in into the number 29 car for Paul Keebler, who's not driving today. He's running in 2nd place, because he hasn't driven that car before. That's a pretty stout effort. And only about maybe a second behind him is Drew Newbar in the number 79 car. That's another Ford Mustang run by NV Autosport under the Gradient Racing banner. And Drew doing a nice job on his debut in this championship.
Yeah, that was a nice move. Mustang on Mustang. With Haley Deegan just having to take to the grass in the Le Mans chicane. So that's the 13 Mustang GT4 of Chad McCumbee. Jensen Altsman had a great session this morning when I think he pedalled the car up to 2nd in class, didn't he? In the the final session.
I was running right up front in this race as well in the early stages too. It was hasn't he driven the car yet?
In the race, don't think so. I may be wrong. Did he start the race? Might have. In the back of the paddock, the LA Honda World Civic looks like it's almost ready to. Oh no, I was about to say it looks like it's almost ready.
Started, yeah.
Almost ready to come back, but I think that 37 car and that Pombo looked like he might be getting out rather than getting in to that car.
Yeah,
they're behind the wall for what, 3 laps now?
Yeah, slips a long way back now. It's really just a half a dozen cars in TCR, but they're all close, pretty much nose to tail. Those are the only cars on the lead lap.
Well, Denny DuPont is pedaling the number 15 Audi in 7th position. He's just done that car's fastest lap. That's the Denny's in the Yeah, that's right. He's fast. He set fastest lap in 3 or 4 races last season in that car. That particular Audi, that's the DSG gearbox car, the original RS3 Audi. That's the only car that didn't get a kind of a break in terms of its balance performance coming into this weekend, much to the team's chagrin. But he's doing some pretty respectable laps. Not as fast as he's still, that car clearly isn't as fast as the others at the moment. Well, it's happened. The line of cars have closed up, and in that midfield area again that Jeremy was talking about, Matt Plum right in the middle of that in the 46 Aston Martin. Change of manufacturer for the TGM team. Zane Smith is clearing off from all this. He may be smiling gently to himself at all the battling that's going on behind him. As the Matt Plum-driven Aston Martin has Scott Andrews for company, and Scott Andrews goes through in the JTR number 23. First outing for that car, not a full season entry for Jared Thomas and Scott Andrews. Been really impressed at how they put that together. They brought some of their Mazda team into that. They've been running cars in other series as well. ran a BMW last year, but that's a great effort from the JTR guys to get that car on the grid for Anthony McIntosh and Jared Thomas. Here's the JT in JTR. Meantime, the number 64 TGM Aston in elegant isolation on the circuit at the moment, just coming through Speedway Turn 2. They must have had, they have had their problems, haven't they? Yes. The battle at the front of the field, it's all Porsches. Almost like a GT4 Cup race here for second, third and fourth. Jerome Blakemole and Elliott Skier, Nolan Siegel swapping and changing between themselves, but clearing off at the distance. Zane Smith has found some pace. It is the 83 car that was second for Jerome Blakemole, and it's dropped down to fourth place, the BGB car, and it's going to come under pressure very shortly by Scott Andrews in the 27 car. Anthony McIntosh in the 23 is in 13th position. That is the JTR Motorsports engineering machine that we were talking about earlier on. Both Mercedes-AMG GT4s. Rory van der Steur in the Aston in 8th place across the line. Seems like Blakemole has just lost a bit of pace at the moment, and both Elliott Skier and Nolan Siegel in the Carbon 39 and the Nola Sport 47 thump over the curbs. More oh well, that debris been moved around and repositioned, shall we say?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's another piece. These are underbody parts from the front of cars who are dropping their Michelin tyres to the left-hand side of the yellow and blue curb on the exit of turn 7, and that's causing problems. And now the 59 Mustang has the same issue as the 13 McCumbee McAleer car had. So Core Motorsport are losing their back bumper on the Race for RP machine, and they've also got damage at the front there. And this is, they're carving a hole behind the curb at turn 7. Now, strictly speaking, they are still keeping part of their car on the track there. That's how you define track limits. Do you define track limits as any part of the car still on the track or any part of the car off the track? The white line is the edge of the track. And track limits violations are normally assessed if you gain either time or distance, and they are clearly cutting the exit of that chicane.
Jerome Blakemole in there in that green and sort of dark grey BGB Porsche slipped back a couple of positions on that last lap. He was overtaken first by Elliott Skier, then by Nolan Siegel. He's now slipped back into the clutches of Scott Andrews, Chad McCumbee and Matt Plum. Jerome got out of the car after the session this morning and complained of some brake issues with that car. They thought there was a little bit of fluid. He thought there was some fluid underneath there. I went and talked to the team before the start.
Leaky caliper.
Well, there was a slight leak in the caliper, but the crew reckoned no problem. They ready to go for this race. But certainly the car's run well in the early stages. But now Jerome is certainly slipping back there.
Yeah, I said it at the time that he'd slipped back and lost those places, and he's really in a dogfight now with Scott Andrews in that number 27 car. Joe Bradley has been lurking around the defending champion pit, two-time defending champion pit. This is the number 1 Hyundai of Michael Lewis and Taylor Hagler.
Yeah, a bit of head scratching going on down here in the number 1 Hyundai pit as to exactly why the car stopped. What their main objective has been is to get the car as quickly recovered to the paddock as quickly as they can. So there was a little bit of a conversation went on with the pit lane officials, and they've gone out there. Literally, the garage is now deserted. They've gone out there to see if they can use an access road to get that car quicker than being recovered by a truck, I think was the objective. And then as soon as I've got an idea of what the problem is, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, let's see if we can have a word with that BGB Porsche team as well. See if Jerome Blakemolen's on the phone talking to them. Victor Gonzalez has done a cracking job, by the way, at the head of the TCR field. He's managed to hold on to that lead. About a second between himself and Mikey Taylor, and it is Mikey Taylor in the Unitronics JDC yellow, white and black Audi in second. Gavin Ernstone, this might be the drive of the race for me so far. He's been in this car 2 hours and 18 minutes.
All of those guys have, I think, haven't they?
Did Mikey Taylor to start the 17? Not sure. I think Victor started the 99.
Right. Chris Miller started
Chris Miller that started that car. Yeah, the other two, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
This is a Ironman drive for Gavin Ernstone, so he's driven 20 minutes longer than the full length of a normal race here.
Yeah. And he's having fun, and he's turning good laps. So hey, you know, he's the team principal there. Keep him going. He's doing a really, really nice job. He'd stay hanging in there in the 3rd position, ahead of former series champion Mark Wilkins, and a former race winner here, Will Talley. So yeah, excellent drive by Gavin Ernstone. But John Morley will be chomping at the bit, ready to give his all in the final couple of stints, probably this race. Next pit stop, I'm sure they will change drivers.
When was the last pit stops for those TCR car? Lap 35, where they are working lap 56 at the moment. So they've got a little bit of time to go. Here is a pit stop, and it's Anthony McIntosh in that number 23 JTR car. And I'll keep an eye on that. Well, Nick Damon gives us an update on the BGB Porsche with Jerome Blake and Mullen. Dropped a few places, Nick, and looks like it's lost a bit of pace. What's going on? Nick?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I hear you. I'm with Spencer Pumpelly. Spencer, Jerome went off at a hair's pace, but he seems to be losing some pace at the moment. Is there a problem with the car?
No, car's good. We just have him on a little bit older tires than some of the guys around him, but you know, Jerome's one of the best. He's managing. Right now, we're a little concerned about the right rear. We have been all weekend. Saw what happened to the 28 car, and you know, he's just being smart and taking it easy. I'll probably be doing the same thing, at least so we get that thing way up to pressure. And you know, we want to win this thing, but we got to get to the end, and that's the goal right now.
This is his usual problem of road tires on ovals, and just overloading on one of the corners.
Yeah, you know, we're not really sure what's going on here. You know, this tire is awesome. We use it all the time, and it's perfect. But for some reason, the configuration, this track, the temperature, who knows? But it's been giving us problems. So hopefully we got it sorted, and we'll see. But right now, Jerome's just taking it easy, making sure he gets through the stint.
Great stuff. Thank you, Spencer.
Spencer Pumpelly down there. It was not a standard stop for the number 23 JTR engineering car, because Anthony had, Jared Thomas has got in, but they wanted to have a look at the right rear of that car. One of the Hondas had took a big chunk out of the turn 7 exit and pretty much fallen down a hole and nearly stopped in front of Anthony McIntosh, and he had to swerve to the right-hand side. It wasn't quite as bad as we saw earlier on with those two TCR cars going into the wall. That was the MX-5 car, sorry, going into the wall. But it did take a little bit of a chunk out the right rear, and he came straight back in the pit. And Jared Thomas now in that car is he just still on the lead lap? I think he is. As into the pit lane comes the leader in TCR to the pit-in end of things. Who's down that end for this pit stop?
That'll be me.
Joe Bradley then, take it away.
Just pop out and make my way up. It looks pretty standard. Driver change, tyres, fuel drum on the side of the car. The car's on the jacks, the wheels are going on. I think it was Nick who mentioned earlier how these wheel changes, when we're working the WeatherTech series as well with one big nut, and these guys have got 5 nuts to put on and take off, or take off and put on, as it is. And the nuts just spew all over, NASCAR style. I kind of missed that about NASCAR. So the fuel's still going in, and I can see in the drum that there's still quite a bit of fuel to go in. He's braking, yeah, all 4 tyres are being changed, I can see now. Sticker tyres going on, the fueling's done, and now it's just tyres being drilled up, the driver's belting himself in, so this one's pretty standard.
Thank you, Joe. This might be genius, actually, because we've got the Autotechnic BMW stopped at the side of the road as the VGRT, Victor Gonzalez Racing Team car, with the new driver, heads out onto the pit lane. It's another issue coming onto the high banks. Gavin Ernstone has taken the lead of TCR, and he did it by passing Mikey Taylor in the 17 Audi, so that's the old Audi ahead of the 17 car. And Gavin Ernstone is driving for his life at the moment, leads TCR, and he's put a lap Rockwell car in between himself and the Evo version in second place. He's on the high banks at the moment. BMW was Rob Walker behind the wheel of that number 25 car. It may be far enough behind the wall that it's not going to cause a problem. Yeah, I think it is. I think they've managed to get it so that it's covered by the inside wall as we have more pit stops. And this time it's Gavin Ernstone coming in to the pits. He's slightly further up. He's followed him by the number 37. That car was delayed earlier on, the LA Honda World car. And that's going up to Nick Damon, leader in TCR with you. Gavin Ernstone's been in from the start.
And he's not going to be any more. The 61 going for a full service. Already the front right is virtually off. Those 5 nuts whizzed off. So it'll be John Morley getting in, native of San Francisco. Drops into the car, all quite easy. If you're doing a 4-tyre stop, there is plenty of time to get your driver in and settled. As the nuts, as it says, spew everywhere, and this is an absolutely standard stop, but it's obviously a completely full stop. And we are going to see, I think, a number of these drivers who've been in since the start, and with no sign of a yellow flag, try and get a green stop. We'll have a word with Gavin once he gets into the pit lane and takes off his hat. But as it is, the deep black Simply Vegas car, which is apparently, I thought, was some sort of gambling, but for once it's not. It's actually a real estate company. Off they go. The 61 is away after quite a standard, but very long stop, because they had everything: tyres, fuel, drivers, a lot.
And should be determined, time should be determined by the fuel. They should be able to get the 4 tyres done for a full tank of fuel. Ryan Eversley now behind the wheel of the much delayed number 37. What are they? 8 laps down on the rest. It's really only the top 6/7 of the TCRs who are on or near the lead lap.
Yeah, meanwhile, Elliot Skier, running in second position in that NOLA Sport number 47 Porsche, has just set his best lap of the race. That's pretty impressive this far into a stint, and he's got that gap down from first to second to just over a second last time around, 1.2 seconds as they cross the line. Looking as they're coming now through NASCAR 3 and 4, it might be even a little bit less than that. And he's dragging Scott Andrews, we talked about him a little while ago, in 10th position, up to 3rd.
And a drama for the 99 VGRT car, which is back in the pits, and the engine cover is up on the front of that car. We'll get some news on that in a moment after we've heard from Ironman Gavin Ernstone with Nick Damon.
Hi Gavin, lots of air punching and high fives. You finished that. Was that the longest you've been in the car? About 2 hours 20 minutes.
About that. When we won here in 2020, I did about 2:15. I was loving it out there, though. It felt so good. The car was just amazing. I don't know how we got through the mayhem in 6. I just pointed the thing at a hole and stuck my foot on the gas, and it went through it. So yeah, really sad to see those guys out. You know, good friends with Roy. But look, we're just putting together a race. The cars, the long run pace on the car's fantastic. So it was just sitting there being patient, waiting for guys to come to me, because I could see their tires going off, their brakes going off, and our car's lovely. So very happy.
There was certainly a huge amount of confusion about that incident which happened, which culminated at the Le Mans chicane, but had gone wrong at turn 6. But how did you see the whole process?
I had my eyes closed, and I think there was a hole, and I put my foot on the gas. So yeah, Sparta said, "I don't know, you're on your own, mate," and that was it. Before you know it, we're coming into the bus stop.
Great stuff. That can't be that, Gavin. Thanks, mate. Joe.
Yeah, the 99, the Victor Gonzalez racing car that has been in, that you heard me describe the pit stop, went really well. The car straight back in, Cole Whitmer bringing the car back in, and it's a left-hand drive shaft. Is that any surprise, the way we've seen these cars using these curbs? The team were brilliant. They assessed that absolutely rapidly. The bonnet went up, they knew exactly where they were looking for. The driver obviously reported vibration, etc. And they're going to work on that now. It's going to take a little while, but these guys know what they're doing.
I'm pretty certain I can show them the video clip where that happened, because they were right over the turn 7 curb, exit curb of the Le Mans chicane, and there's a bit of a ravine being dug out behind that curb there, and it nearly stopped the car that fell down into the hole so far. And a few liberties being taken at turn 7. Zane Smith running at the front of the field now by 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, that gap's coming down.
It's come right down.
Little by little the last couple of laps.
Meantime, Haley Deegan is still in the 41 car and has just lost a place to Christian Simchak. Matt Plum now in behind. Joe Bradley is still down with the Honda of VGRT.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, John, are you describing this car, the driver that's in the car now, Victor Gonzalez?
I don't know who brought the car in.
Well, it was Carl Whitman who brought the car in.
No, it's Victor Gonzalez Racing Team. That's the name of the team.
Yes, well, the driver's Victor Gonzalez as well.
All right.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
but it was Whitmer that brought the car in, wasn't it?
No, Whitmer brought the car in. He handed it to Victor Gonzalez. Victor then took the car out. Victor's brought it straight back in with this drive shaft issue. That's what I was wondering. Who's clobbered the curb?
I thought Victor started the race, actually.
Yeah, Victor started
the race. So.
Oh, he's back in then.
Right. I don't know who was in it, but to be honest, Joe, pretty much all of the touring cars and the GSs have been taking liberties at the exit of turn 7, and frankly, you're rolling the dice there at the moment. There's bits of underfloor coming off the Porsches. There's wheel arch liners getting pulled out of other cars. The Mustangs, it seems to destroy the back end of that car, and obviously front-wheel drive cars, it's putting pressure on the drive shafts. Into the pits, the Mikey Taylor-driven TCR. That's the Unitronic. That's the new shaped Audi, is it not? Yes, it is.
Yeah, out of the lead in the class, with the pit stop a lap or two ago for the number 61 car.
Nick Damon's there.
Yeah, this is going to be a full service. Well, certainly front tyres. Now they put the third tyre over the ball, so it's going to be forward tyres. No driver change though, so he's staying on board. This is the new version, you say, of the Audi, which is interesting. It's managed to avoid having any driveline problems that all the other new Audis have been having. We've been watching them recently in the TCR class, so perhaps those holes behind curbs aren't as treacherous you think. In comes the 83. Will Johan Bleekemolen get out of that car? And the answer is yes. So Jerome gets out. I think that's Spencer getting in. The sun's right in my eyes. The BGP 83 Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. I don't want to get my Porsche and the Reckless wrong with John in the stands.
You missed out CS, mate.
Okay, that's it. I'll take a £10 fine for that one then.
Yes. Thank you. Keep an eye on all of that. It looks like the Unitronic car is about to go, and indeed it drops down. We wait for it to fire, and there it is moving. That car, the BGB car, and also it was having a bit of a battle with the Nolan Siegel-driven 39. That's the grey and green car. That's also in the pit lane. So Zane Smith still leads. Elliot Skier is the third of the Porsches who are at the sharp end of the field in the number 47. That's the Nola Sport car. Yeah. And he is still out there.
And I reckon anybody making in the GS cars making pit stops now, they can get to the end of the race here with one more pit stop with an hour and a half remaining.
Yeah. We heard Stephen McAleer, wasn't it, saying 42 to 49 minutes. Well, split 90 minutes in half. In fact, we're down to 88 minutes now. So make your pit stop when you can at the end of the race. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, good to have your company. 90 minutes or just under of the BMW M Endurance Challenge. Still to go to decide the first podium of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge season. Cars coming in from right through the field, including the second place Hyundai Elantra in TCR. That's Mark Wilkins who brought the car in. Tyler Maxson, for all the problems that number 70 car has had, that car is now at the front of the field on the pit stop cycle, of course, but let's see what happens when everybody goes through, and particularly where John Morley cycles into in the 61 car, the Simply Vegas machine. Still waiting for Zane Smith. Been a good long stint for Zane. Coming up to, in fact, over. Just coming up to 33 laps he's been out there. Last in on lap 38. So just coming up to, sorry, 28 laps. My arithmetic's always been rubbish. Now, into the pit lane for the McLaren Artura, Alec Filsinger in the 69 Mia car. Nick Damon.
I just say with the McLaren, I can now absolutely visually confirm it's got 5 wheel nut studs rather than the single stud. Of course, the reason for that dispensation for the 720 was the road car came with single nut studs, isn't it? It came with a centre lock. It's kind of a look at me, I've got a road car with a centre lock, which is so useless it's not true for a road car. So the Artura now has the 5 nut studs. They're having a little bit of they're having a little bit of an issue with the rear right at the moment. It still hasn't come off, so rear left hasn't come off yet. They can't get it off. The new one is waiting to get placed on, so they've finished everything. This is the 69 car, they're wasting a lot of time.
And a little bit of argy-bargy coming into the pit lane with the Nola Sport Porsche and the number 42 Zane Smith car, and Elliott Skier got ahead of the leader coming into the pit lane.
He dived super late on the brakes coming down towards the pit lane entrance and got ahead of him just before the pit lane speed limit line. So if you assume he was down to speed okay, the maximum speed in pit lane, he'll be okay, but that was a robust move there from Elliott Skier. Wow.
That's still part, that deceleration lane is still part of the pit lane. Nick Damon is up with the Ford Performance cars. The 42 come in and parked ahead of the 41 as they did last time. Nick?
Yeah, both of them in for the, they're obviously used to these speedy stops, the 5 nut shuffle, as they obviously all current truck drivers, so this is part of the whole event. They're very used to coming together. Both the drivers started the cars, so Halley Deegan and Zane Smith have both done 2 hours and 20. And they're obviously, this is a full chance service, so we're getting a replacement driver. So moving into the 42, it is Harrison Burton. In the 41, it's Ben Rhodes. The gap as the 42 now is down and away, or could go away. As he waved, and he's fired up. 41 still up on the jacks. I think let's see with the Halley, that car probably, yeah, it's about even, Stephen. I think the amount of time is about the same. So good stop from Ford's Performance team.
Meantime, Nick, the Nola Sports Porsche is down and away, and we've got 2 Mustangs scrapping over the exit road. That's the McCumbee McAleer car ahead of one of those 4 Performance machines. And that was the only thing I would say about that that little incident coming into pit lane was the Nola Sport Porsche had to just ease over to the right to stay in the acceleration lane there from the bottom of the track, and slightly squeezed the Ford.
Yeah, I think he was just about okay. But it was certainly a robust move. And I think Zane Smith just a little bit conservative on that in-lap. And as a result of that, the number 13 car of Chad McCumbee, he made up a bit of ground there, and he came out of the pits right behind, didn't he? Although, yeah, right behind him. He had been maybe a couple of seconds behind the number 42 car before that round of pit stops, about 3 seconds behind him before they came into the pit lane.
Nick Damon down to Ford Performance. Let's find out what Halley Deegan thought about her opening stint. Again, it was another monster stint from the start of the race, Nick.
Halley, did you know you were going to be in for 2.5 hours at the start?
Yeah, I did. It's kind of the same thing last year. I think that having a teammate who's a really good driver, and then I think he just kind of splitting is the best case scenario, not really splitting into 3 parts, 3 driver changes. So I think that just going out there and splitting in half, yeah, it's a little bit longer, but honestly, nothing that bad. I feel like in the stock car stuff, it's a lot hotter in there. You got this nice little window on the side right there. It's got a nice airflow in, so it's pretty good.
It was quite, as we say, it was quite busy out there on a couple of occasions. You had your elbows out.
Yeah, there was a few times. I think I got into it with a few guys, but it was a blast. I have so much fun driving these cars. So thankful that Ford lets me come out here and be a part of it. It's my 3rd year now, now, and I feel like every year I just keep having more fun with it. I wish we could have finished off that second stint a little bit better. I think that we just went in the wrong direction with the change that we made after the first stint. I think we're really, really strong in the first stint. We didn't take tires like how everyone else did, so Ben has an extra set to go play on, and I think that we could have fixed it up a little bit, tweaked it a little bit, but hopefully I get to come back next year and do it again.
Great stuff. Thank you, Hallie.
Thank you.
Harrison Burton off the circuit at the Le Mans chicane, but this time at the middle part of the chicane. She's got a little bit sideways.
Yeah.
That bump again, just after the first turn-in curb, and the 42 car very, very sideways indeed. Great piece of driving by Chad McCumbee, who was the next car in line. Just got a little bit of a wiggle on, decided to straighten it up. That was decent driving by Harrison because he didn't try to fight that, but it did leave him vulnerable to Chad McCumbee. There'll be a penalty for a bad day getting worse for the Honda Civic number 37 LA Honda World. Ryan Eversley left with equipment attached, so that will be a drive-through penalty. Drew Nobile, by the way, just come into the pit lane in the number 79 Ford Mustang. He was leading the race for the NV Autosports team, which we haven't mentioned very much, and that is one of the bronze category. All bronze drivers in there, just four of them here, but that is effectively a separate subclass.
Yeah, there were three up until this morning.
Yes.
Because it was literally last night that Drew Neubauer and Stephen Weider, who's sharing that NV Racing Mustang, got their proper ranking through from the FIA. They didn't realise about that. They know what they had to do in terms of getting an FIA licence to qualify for the Bronze Cup. They're not planning on doing the full season, but they're going to do maybe 5 or 6 races this season with a plan to run a full year in 2024. But they finally got that paperwork done last night, so they are now properly classified as a bronze running car, and they come in leading the race overall, which is kind of cool.
Problem for the Mia McLaren Motorsport in action. Mia McLaren wheel rotation while elevated for the 69 car. Jesse Lazare will have to come back down the pit lane. I just saw the Victor Gonzalez car back in the pit lane as well, the number 99. It's Carl Whitmer behind the wheel of that car. They had a drive shaft problem earlier on, as reported by Joe Bradley. I reckon Owen Trinkler's leading the motor race here for TGM, and Ted Giovannis is with Joe Bradley.
We just worked out that you guys are leading. Am I right?
Yeah, we're in a good position right now, but we'll see how it plays out with the fuel strategy. I think we got a couple of stops and splashes left to go. So, but everything will work out. Both cars are up. I think. Are we leading? I know we were 3 and 2, but we're up there. So it looks pretty good right now.
I always use the analogy, Ted, of it's kind of like a high-speed game of chess at this stage.
Absolutely, and we don't really know. Well, as Yogi used to say, it ain't over till it's over. So that's what we're going to do. We're just have to wait to the end, but we play it out as best we can. We got good strategy. We got confidence in our crew. So, and the drivers are doing really great.
Yes, you are. Can you go at the end on one stop?
Yeah. I think each car has at least one more stop.
Ted, very busy weekend for you. You obviously love this. You're jumping, between this series and the WeatherTech series.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, it is very busy. Then when you get immersed in it, you're like, why did I get myself into this? But we really, it really is very fulfilling because yesterday was a really busy day. We started at 9:30 and didn't get finished till 9:15 or something like that last night with night practice. So but you're moving all the time.
I want to ask you, why the change of manufacturer? You've gone from Porsche to Aston Martin. What was behind that?
Basically, the Porsche was a good platform when it started, but then everything started to kind of get out of kilter. The Aston Martin was a great platform. It's a consistent platform and can get us consistent top three. from third position to fifth position, which we focus on championships. We don't focus on races. So if you want to be blindingly fast for a race, that's one thing. If you want to focus on consistency and getting a points payday every weekend, that's a different story. So that's why we're with Aston Martin.
Cars to drive, I mean, the 911 Porsche, renowned for being a tricky car to drive. What's the comparisons you can make?
The Aston Martin. Everybody that I've known that told me that has driven Aston Martins has told me it's much easier to drive, and they are right. For me personally, I was not used to a longer wheelbase platform, and I liked the dartier platform of a shorter wheelbase. However, this car is set up, it's fairly compliant, and it's engineered from a race car strategy. So the GT4 car came from the GT3, so that makes it a lot better, and so that carries through with running it in a GT3 platform. It allows me, it's almost like driver training. While I'm driving a GT4, I'm kind of driving a GT3 in a crude way, not directly.
Great stuff, thanks Ted. And of course it was a Cayman GT4, not 911, of course it was.
Yeah, in this category.
Yeah.
In this category it was, but they did run a 911 in the Rolex last year, believe it or not. Yep. They've cycled themselves to the front in Joe Vardy, we trust. They've said that. Joe on the pit stand there is the brains behind this. We've got Mustang and Mustang action down at the West End again, a rather battered, bruised and battle-weary number 13, Chad McCumbee, with Harrison Burton now back on his tailpipes, and there was a trade of Ford Wimbledon white paint, I think, there between those two. And right in behind them is Jeff Westphal in the 39 Porsche. That's the grey and green car. It's Owen Trinkler that leads by 3 seconds from Elliott Skier in the 47 Porsche, the Nola Sport machine. And down in the pit lane, Nick is he's doing well. He's catching more Ford drivers.
With Zane Smith, who came into the pits in the lead, 2.5 hours of good work.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, obviously a good stint by us and our whole PF Racing Ford Mustang group. Obviously, the Mustangs are fast out there today, and especially the 42. So I was just trying to manage that gap there and be sure I was going to give Harrison the car I started with and a good brake pedal there. And seems like it's coming to him. It's really tough when you roll out on stickers. So obviously you can see the grip coming to him, and it's a lot different for us. We aren't used to these things braking as good as they do compared to what we drive. So it takes a few laps to get after it, but hopefully he's up there towards the end and we have a shot at winning it.
Yeah, I mean, did you mention the braking? Because obviously just at the end of your stint, when you came in the pit, you got out-braked into the pit lane by the Nola Sports. Is that an example of how you don't quite know how these cars are braking? You have to give it a little bit extra margin for pit lane speed limits?
Yeah, in a way. I mean, our day was going so smooth, and I didn't want to be the one who got the penalty, for one. And for two, I mean, I've had been in a few driver's meetings here, and I'm the new guy on the block, so I'm trying to learn the rules as we go. Obviously, there's a lot more opportunities to get penalties in this series compared to what we're used to, and I just kept hearing hear people talk about this fast lane and how you have the right of way, and so I was just sure to get to that right of way, and then it came across my nose, and I didn't want to get penalized for contact there either. So I don't know. Obviously, now I know now.
You know, smart but fast. Thanks, Zane.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Always better not to have the penalty, I think, if you're not entirely certain. Good stuff from the young NASCAR Series driver. New fastest lap of the race, and that was a Mustang as well. They do have pace out there today.
Yeah, that's right. Another of the NASCAR young drivers here is Ben Rhodes in car number 41. He's taken over from Haley Dean just at the fastest lap of the race, eclipsing Zane Smith, his teammate in the other car, number 42 car that sent it earlier in the race. 152.665 for Ben Rhodes, and that is 0.09 of a second away from the lap record that was set back in 2019, 152.656.
Now, Owen Trinkler's come into the pit lane in the number 64 car, so that lead then perhaps just a little bit of a false position. They're already going to work on that car, and Joe Bradley can see what's going on.
Yeah, well, I can see that Owen is staying in the car. We are taking on fuel and fresh rubber all around. Rear-wheel drive Aston Martin, of course, needing that. And Ted did tell us that this is going to be their last stop. What's your estimation?
Not an hour and 12.
No. Yeah, I know, but he did say, didn't he? I said, can you go to the finish with one more stop? He said yes. I think he was a bit optimistic there.
What he actually said, PC Bradley, and you should have been taking
notes. Well, I did take
that.
Notes contemporaneously.
Well, what he actually said, I think you'll find, if it please the court, he said, we have at least one more stop to do for both cars. So that may well have just... Yes, that's the evidence here. We have it on tape. It's all right. The interview is on tape. Problem for the number 33 Hyundai. That's Robert Wickens through the Le Mans chicane. Well, one way of rotating the car is to not have all the wheels on the ground. And I think at one stage there, he only had 2 wheels on the ground. Actually not a problem at all, just brilliant driving by Robert Wickens. He's driving on hand controls. Meantime, Nick Damon has more at the other end of the pits.
Yeah, with Ron Bleekeman. Is it a case that over the length of the stint, it seems that the Mustang's a little bit quicker than the Cayman?
No, well, the way to get to the front was to get a bit out of sync with the rest. So in the end, we double stinted tires. But that's very hard. I mean, in the beginning, I could hold on to the lead for a little bit, but then after a while, especially the rear tires were just gone. So then, yeah, I just tried to keep it on the track. Now handed it over to Spencer. He's doing a great job. So let's see how far we can get back up to the front.
It looks pretty action-packed at the front. There's no quarter given, is there?
No, the racing is absolutely fantastic. As always, with the GT4, there's not a lot of aero, so you can run side by side. And yeah, I mean, I got a couple of small bumps from the rear, but that's also racing. It's hard but fair racing.
And the car's okay because you had some problems in warm-up.
Yeah, no, that was all fine. We've had some tire issues earlier in the week, or last weekend, but luckily so far it's been feeling good. So, you know, hopefully we can be up there at the end.
Thanks, Ronan. And big battle for second and third, John.
You are indeed correct, Mr. Damon.
Yeah, good point in double stinting those tyres. And now Harrison Burton has, well, he's just having, since around the pit stops, he's having a good battle here with Chad McCumbee. McCumbee in second position at the moment. In car number 13, just ahead of Harrison Burton, and only a couple of seconds ahead of Jeff Westphal in the number 39 car barn.
Who's going
Porsche.
very nicely indeed. His lap times have been very competitive, and he's just put, in fact, his best first sector in that car barn Porsche.
2019 Michelin Pilot Challenge Series champion. Has been driving in GT3 cars in the WeatherTech Series last couple of years, but he's looking forward to this full season in this car this year. It was Sean McAllister who drove the car initially, and Nolan Siegel did a really good middle stint, and now Jeff Westphal will finish it off and currently running in 4th place. Just a little bit ahead of Michael Cooper. Great to see Michael here. He's driving the number 44 Accelerated Performance Aston Martin. Those 2 Mustangs battling it away
down into turn 1.
Yeah.
A little bit of damage still on the right rear sill. The sill cover's now hanging off that McCumbee McAleer car. He got a tap earlier on, if you remember, and which relieved it of its rear bumper, and that right-hand side sill cover is starting to wave around. That'll be catching the eye of race control. Now, ideally, they want that to fall off and end up on the grass somewhere, so that race control don't throw them the black and orange flag. This is the battle for second, by the way, we're talking about. At the front of the field, Elliott Skier is out on his own. Now, the 25 Rob Walker BMW went missing a little while ago. They'd only done 1 pit stop up until about 90 minutes, so I'm sure up until over halfway through the race, so I'm not sure what was going on, but it went missing and dropped a handful of laps. They are now 14 laps off the lead, but Rob Walker's just brought that number 25 Autotechnic BMW, that's the mostly red car, back out onto the circuit.
Was there a penalty for number 27 car that I missed, certainly, because he made 2 pit stops, one just 2 laps after the other one, so either something wasn't completed in that Lone Star Racing Mercedes car number 27 that Scott Andrews has been flying with, but he made an extra stop, certainly on lap 68. So he has fallen now down into the 17th position, so he's got quite a lot of ground to make up, having been challenging, running in 3rd before the latest round of pit stops.
Yes, leaving with equipment, 27 did you say?
Yes.
Yes, leaving with equipment attached, my apologies. And the BMW we were just talking about, pit lane speed violation, 26 kilometres as it came out, plus 26 kilometres as it came out from behind the wall. That'll be a stop and 20 for that. Fortunately, I knew where to look on the race control screen.
Very much.
It's all right. Teamwork makes the whatnot thingy bob.
Yep, and Elliot Skier then still running some really nice laps. 153.7 last time round, about half a second away from his best. Chad McCumbee, however, was a couple of tenths quicker. As was Harrison Burton. Those 2 Fords remaining closely matched in 2nd and 3rd positions. And Jeff Westphal, yes, he is. A little bit, he is indeed just a second and a half behind them in that 4th place.
Down at turn 1 last time around, there was more swapping of Ford paint, and I think Jeff Westphal's gone through there at the start of the lap. 2 side-by-side contacts which sent the 42 car of Harrison Burton off the side of the road. Now, did the Porsche get through? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Westphal then up into 3rd position. He had been closing on them, just inching closer and closer. It was a little over 2 seconds. He brought it back to about a second and a half at the line. But those 2 Fords battling into turn 1 allowed him to go through, and now splits those cars. He's into 3rd position.
Yeah, and they're pulling away a little bit from, well, it's now Ben Rhodes up into 5th place in car number 41. He's just got past Michael Cooper in the number 44 accelerated performance Aston Martin. Hanging right with Michael is Chris Wilson in car number 11, the Will Sport Mercedes, and he's leading the bronze category. Remember, that's the car that spun at turn 6 a while ago, but Chris Wilson, the veteran, up into 7th position overall. It's a fabulous run by Chris.
That was the
just
car,
ahead of Christian Shimjak.
That was the car that started all the TCR carnage, wasn't it? That was the car that was across the track. In TCR itself, John Morley has 13 seconds of a lead in the 61. That's the Simply Vegas dark grey car from the new version of the Audi in second. Now, the guys at Roadshagger have got a new version of that car. They haven't brought it on stream as yet. 3rd is Tyler Maxson, another 2.1 seconds further back. And the Windward car is out on the circuit, the number 57 machine. That car went behind the wall with a caliper issue earlier on, and that is Daniel Morad, and he is in 25th position in class at the moment.
So John Morley has extended that lead over the last 5 laps by better part of 3/4 of a second a lap. So he's extending his lead now as John Morley in that Roadshagger Audi car number 61. Mikey Taylor, though, looking for a second win at this event in the last 3 years, is still in 2nd place for JEC Miller Motorsports. But Tyler Maxson, really good job there for this new Daly Motorsports team, brand new to this championship. They made a debut last year at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the final race of the season, with an older Hyundai Veloster. They got some new cars to that team over the winter. The ex Brandherder Autosport Hyundai Elantras, and Tyler Maxson, who drove, well, actually this same car last year for Brian Herder Autosport, is running in 3rd position for that little team from Arkansas. Great job by young Tyler Maxson.
I'll put this out there as a rhetorical question, but feel free on @IMSARadio.com, whether you're listening here on 107.9 or further afield and watching the pictures as well. Not sure I'd be wanting to bring the new car on stream at the moment for the Roadshagger guys. They're doing very well with the old car that they know, that they love, that they are comfortable with. They know how it all runs, and they're 13 seconds to the good over one of the new cars that sits behind them.
Yeah, fair point.
Discuss.
Yeah.
Answers on a postcard, please, as they used to say. It's been a really good run, and that was set up by Gavin doing that 2 minutes 20. There will be A bit more of a battle going on here. This again is Porsche versus Mustang. This is the battle for second in GS, and overall Chad McCumbie's got his hands full, being ganged up on by 2 Ford Mustang GT4s. Elliott Skier leads. Chad McCumbie had fought his way into second place by the line. They've now been side by side all the way out of turn 3, the International Horseshoe, through the opposite end, and Chad McCumbie's got the inside line going into turn 6. Can he outbrake that car into the corner? They come out side by side as well. McCumbie stays on the low side, 3 wide, going onto the banking as the second of the Mustangs tries to come through there. That's Harrison Burton. Ben Rhodes is trying to close them down as well, but he's 7.5 seconds behind. They're heading towards the braking area of the back straight chicane, and I think Skier has lost both of the positions of both of those Mustangs now, but he's super late on the brakes going into turn number 7 and managed to get one of them back. He was well back on the second of those Mustangs, but he's outbraked Harrison Burton, but through has gone the Chad McCumbie machine and consolidates its second in the race. Fantastic maneuver. At one stage we had them 3 wide coming out of turn 6. So Skier leads by 6.747 seconds. They were all together coming into turn 1. McCumbie had dragged through to lead on the line. Then there was side-by-side contact. And then, well, fantastic stuff. They ran half a lap pretty much side-by-side.
Yeah.
Problem for the number 15 Audi of Denny Dupont, who's fought himself back almost back onto the lead lap. Actually, I think is he just on the end of the lead lap, but he won't be now.
No, he is. He's about 45 seconds behind.
Yeah, well, he won't be now. He's just at an 81-second middle sector, so he's got a problem. Meantime, Elliott Skier leads it from McCumbie in second, and Jeff Westphal just about holding on to third position. Outstanding outbraking manoeuvre into turn 7.
Yeah, and Elliott Skier is saying, have at it, boys, because he's turning some super consistent laps in that Nola Sport car number 47. The Porsche way out in front now, 8.5 seconds. He's almost doubled that gap over the last 4 laps because of this trio battling over second place.
So just proving how important in and out of the pit lane is. It's a right front tyre missing from that Rockwell number 15.
Shredded, isn't it?
And Denny Dupont has brought the car back on the rim. Just a quick point, Nick will keep an eye on this for us as it comes in. Just a quick point on the Nola Sport car. How important the pit stops? They came to the lap, to start the lap that they were going to pit 1.5 seconds in arrears in second, and they left about 3.5 seconds in the lead. Magnificent manoeuvre coming into the pits, and they turned the car around very quickly indeed and beat the Fords off the pit lane. Nick, what's going on with Denny Dupont and that Rockwell Audi?
Well, he's done a good job, because also you say it's completely torn the tyre off the rim. He's not done any real damage. However, what they are now doing is full service and fuel, which is fine, apart from the fact that it's going to be very tight that he can get to the end on this particular slurp of fuel. You know, a few more laps and possibly the TCR car could, so it probably is going to cost him another trip down pit road, but no damage, so good driving.
Meanwhile, in TCR, again, John Morley continuing to extend that lead over Mikey Taylor. The battle for third, now Mike Lamara, who won this championship 10 years ago, with Terry Borchella, well, ST as it was then. He's now just moved ahead of Tyler Maxson on that last lap. So Mike Lamara in the second of the LA Honda World cars, the other car being the pole-winning car that's had problems is, I think, is it out of the race already? I think it was out of the race, wasn't it? Oh, it's a long way back. Number 37 car. No, it's not out of the race. It's running in the 8th position, but 6 or 7 laps back from the TCR leaders.
A catalogue of issues there, including some pit lane violations for that machine. Ryan Eversley got, I think, pinged for leaving with equipment attached. Was that the 27? I may have misremembered that. 8.8 seconds at the front of the field. Then this tremendously entertaining battle between the Ford Mustang and the Porsche. Oh, Elliott's, now this time, Jeff Westphal left a gap down the inside and that was happily taken up by Harrison Burton. A little bit of side drafting going on. That's really interesting. So the Porsche is slowing down the Mustang by side drafting it. Really interesting. They'll come side by side across the line. Harrison Burton was scored in the lead, but quite clearly Jeff Westphal believes he can outbrake that Mustang or outturn that Mustang when he's lost out there in turn 1 and he's lost the position. And that was just being slightly offline, I think, coming out of turn 7 of the Le Mans chicane. So half a lap ago, as these cars are heading towards, in the next 10 minutes, their final pit stop. Elliott Skier leads by almost 9 seconds from Chad McCumbee in the 13, white with blue side stripes on that Mustang. Then Harrison Burton in the Ford Performance Colours car, so that's white with multicoloured blue stripes on an angle at the back of the car. Then Jeff Westphal in the dark grey and bright green Porsche. Ben Rhodes is another 6 seconds further back in the sister car to Harrison Burton. That's the 41 machine. Then it is Chris Wilson, the best of the GS Bronze teams in the Will Sports machine, the red, white and black Mercedes. And once again, the Rob Walker BMW, the number 25 Auto Technic racing car, is back on the pit road. They've been backwards and forwards. They went missing. They came out from behind the wall and took a penalty for excessive speed on the pit lane, and it was 20 clicks or something like that. Then they had to come and do another penalty for refueling outside of their pits. So it's a learning curve for that machine, and they are now 18 laps off the lead. Also should say the Rockwell 15 Audi was penalised for wheel rotations while on the jacks. That car has just come through. Let's go down to Joe to update us on the problems that we've had for the defending champion Hyundai Elantra NTCR from Brian Herter Autosport. Michael Lewis in the car after a stellar opening stint by Taylor Hagler, but it's not the way they wanted to get their title defence underway, Joe.
No, drivetrain is what's been described to me, bringing that car to a halt. However, they've rectified the drivetrain and it's back out, John.
A very long opening stint from Taylor Hagler. Drivetrain, Joe. Now, I wonder if they've been hammering the curbs too hard as well. I'm sure that you guys in the pit lane have been able to see some of the pictures, and certainly anybody who's looking at turn 7 will have seen this. How hard they are hitting that exit curb, and on a front-wheel drive car, I'm pretty certain that that's not doing any of your drive shaft or your joints, your universal joints or anything like that. Just amazing. So, at the front of the field, Elliott Skier with just holding at about 8 3/4 seconds for the Nola Sport car, and lapping very consistently in the low to mid 154s, even through traffic. Had a wee bit of traffic that time. Oh, huge incident. Oops. And that is the 39 Carbon, wow. Jeff Westphal car. He's been in the wall with that car.
Wow.
On one of the faster parts of the circuit. There's fluid coming out the back. This will be a full course caution. This is almost the identical damage on the left front of that car as we saw earlier on from the other car. The left front's been in the wall, and so is the right rear.
Yeah,
that's exactly what we saw earlier on. That same damage on the other grey car, of course, that had been the pole sitting machine.
The other Porsche, yeah. I fancy the right rear might have been the initial problem. Cause on that car potentially. That rear tyre is shredded on that number 39 car, and that's brought out what, 5th full course caution of the day with 53 minutes remaining. The good news now is that this will enable everybody to make their final pit stops of the day, and by the time this is cleaned up, because it'll take a while, there's a lot of debris on the track, I think they will be able to run to the end of this race from here. If they pitted now under green, they would be really struggling to get to the end without another splash of fuel. But with the full course caution coming up, that problem should not occur. So this is in terms of our motor race, I think it's going to make things even more exciting than perhaps they were otherwise.
I cannot believe how similar the brush with the white paint on the wall is on the left front bumper of that car as to what we saw earlier on with the RS1 car. And it's clearly been pitched sideways. And there's... Well, I'm looking at the right rear of that car, and there is damage there.
Oh, it's tire shredded.
Let's see what happens. Lost it low down in the fourth turn and did a complete rotation. And
180.
Yeah, and the tyre has folded underneath that car as it lost the air from it. Shea Adam is back in the pit lane. Hello, Shea.
Hello.
What can you tell us about that carbon machine?
Not the carbon machine, actually, but the RS1 machine, because as I was coming back into the pit lane, thank you, Nick Damon, for covering while I had to go over and host a Porsche Q&A, I ran into Eric and his co-driver, Stephen McAleer, and I said, Eric, what happened? And he said, no idea. 1 minute I was driving, the next second I was facing backwards. It was just the tire that let go. They are both dejected and not still participating in this race, the 4-hour contest that they won a year ago, but they will be back at Sebring International Raceway, looking at the data, trying to see what they could have done different, but for now, they don't think there was anything.
I do not believe there was anything that they could do. A spookily similar incident to RS1. Joe Bradley is with Nolan Siegel from the Carbon team, hopefully with a bit of news as to how Jeff Westphal is, if he's heard from the car, Joe.
Yeah, Nolan, you were sat there with the cans on. You heard from the driver. The driver's made a communication.
Yeah, Jeff's been on the radio. He's okay, which is the most important thing, but it's really disappointing for the whole team. They've worked so hard, and we had a really strong car. I think we could have been in contention for the win today. So, yeah, Jeff's okay, but definitely a disappointing end.
You guys, were you happy with the way you were managing your tyres up to this point? There's been other teams who've had issues.
Yeah, I think we haven't had any issues, and I think that our pace was quite good on old tires, and yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere, so not sure what happened.
Was that a double-stinted set of tyres that Jeff's on?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, there's nothing I can say it's going to make this better, mate. I'm sorry, you know, this is also this sport, isn't it? Bad luck.
Yeah.
Joe Bradley, therapist career, possibly not for him. The 29 TR Racing machine has entered a closed pit. This is the silver.
I think that might be
machine.
Emergency service, John, perhaps. Or is he serving a...
it is fuel only.
Yeah, so it'll just be a splash of fuel.
5
He's allowed
seconds.
to take on 5 seconds of fuel. That's a bit marginal. And then rejoin. But he will have to make another stop before we go back to green. So that car was, well, it was on the lead lap, unfortunately. That's going to cost it's going to cost that car. He's going to fall off the lead lap because of that stop, I think.
Pass around is about to start.
Will he get away with it? Maybe he's got away with it.
Yeah, I think he might have got away with it because they're just coming through 3 and 4 now, aren't they, on the speedway?
And that car is running second in the bronze category class, because I think Stephen Vida in the number 79 car just been lapped before the full course caution. Yeah, I think he had.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello to Jake Parrott, who is off to Felicia Raceway, but going to stay listening to the last 49 minutes on 107.9 as he drives away. He's offered us adult beverages if we make it over there tonight. Thank you, Jake. Jeremy's very tempted, I'll tell you that now. Very tempted. If it had been Thursday night into Friday rather than Friday night into a 24-hour race, I think Jeremy would have been there with bells on. In fact, I think I would have been sitting by myself here because he'd have been wanting to get there for the first laps turned at 6 o'clock this evening.
No, I'm happy to miss. I'd be okay with missing the hot laps. All right. I wasn't there for the racing.
Be there for the mains, for the B&C mains and the A mains. Okay, fine.
I might have to be sensible there. For once in my life.
So Elliott Skier's lead then has evaporated because we're under the 5th safety car.
Yeah, and now it'll be down to the pit crews.
Yeah, well, Nola did a cracking job last time around when they turned the cars around quickly. So I think Shea is at pit. Shea, you were pit out. Did you take over from Nick at pit out, or have you swapped over? I'm on air for you.
I'm down at pit out.
Okay.
I'm walking towards Nola, as a matter of fact.
Good, excellent. They were super quick last time around, and that got them the lead. On the lead lap at the moment, we have in GS, I think the top 20, don't we?
Yeah.
Is John Branham
21, where is...
Where's John Branham in the number 29 Aston?
I think he's on the lead lap. I think
he is. He's just coming through turn 1 now.
Yeah.
So the top 20 in GS are on the lead lap.
Yeah, so Stephen Vida is the first car a lap down, also in GS, and in 22nd position, 1 lap down to the overall lead is the TCR leader. That's John Morley, but his gap of he extended over 14 seconds, probably about about 16 seconds. That's gone.
That's gone.
And Mike Lamara now in 2nd position. Tyler Maxson in 3rd. But those, I think, are the only 3 cars on the lead lap. Or is Mark Wilkins? Yeah, maybe Mark Wilkins was just about got back onto the lead lap. Yeah, I think he had
Mark
just.
Wilkins in the
got the wave around.
98. Yes. So big cleanup at Speedway 2 and 3 and 4. We've got the track sweepers out just offline through the Le Mans chicane as well. Opportunity to pick up some of those errant car parks that have been shed on the exit of turn 7, and all of that will be done now during this. Yes, yeah. 3 and 4 was where Jeff Westphal went off the circuit. So here's how they'll come in with the wave around going on, I believe. So it'll be 47 Porsche for Nola Sport, from 13 Macumbi Makalia Mustang, from PF42 Mustang, from PF41 Mustang, from Mercedes 11. That is the Will Sports car, from Murillo's 72. And that is your top 6 in GS as they head to the pit lane. Joe Bradley is closest to pit in. And let's see who peels off towards him. And Shea Adam we've got standing by at Nola Sport for the leader. Let's check to see where they are. They're all going past Joe now. That's the noise you can hear.
That looked like bump drafting in the pit lane. It really was that close. I'm with the 46 Aston Martin of TGM. This is definitely their last pit stop. We heard Ted Giovannis tell us that. So looks like fresh tyres all round, maybe just the right-hand side. I'll confirm when we've been to Shea.
Elliott Skier staying aboard the Nola Sport Porsche, number 47. They are doing right-side tires now. There's sticker left-side tires that have come over the wall. Their egress is going to be blocked by the number 11. That is the Will Sport car. Mercedes, they are doing fuel only, though, so hopefully their pit stop will be done before Nola Sport. Joe?
Yeah, it is 4 tyres all round. I just didn't see the left-hand tyres. They were still over the wall. He's given Owen Trinkler the finger to get moving and couldn't quite get it into gear there. The 46 Aston was underway.
47 is down and away, and it was a blocked exit for them as the Mercedes was still in its box. It gently nudged its own tires, but I don't think that will be a penalty, as Nola Sport appears to be the first car back off the lane.
Yeah, that wasn't Owen Trinkler with Joe Bradley, of course. That was the 46 car down the field in 15th. Owen Trinkler has steered out.
Yes, and Giovanni has decided maybe they can stretch that fuel load, because he was in not that long ago. Maybe he can stretch that fuel load and get to the end. If there's another full course caution, that might work out. I mean, he was at the back of the pack, so nothing ventured, nothing gained for the number 64 car. It was number 46 that made that pit stop. That car was running in 9th position with the Plum brothers. But for Owen Trinkler now, he'll go from the back of the field, from 19th position, I think, to the lead, with everybody else making those pit stops. But he's going to be stretching on fuel.
Sheer Adam, problem for BGB and Spencer Pumpelly, who was well inside the top 10 there in the Porsche.
A very slow rear tire change, John, as the fronts were done and the fuel probe was pulled out. They were still working on the right rear, ran around, then changed the left rear. That car has just left the pit lane.
That's annoying. So they've gone from 8th position to 20th, most likely.
Yeah, they will have dropped well down. Well done. Whilst our pit lane reporters were describing the stops at either end of the field, in the middle, the two PF Racing Mustangs were almost in perfect synchronicity. The 42 pits towards pit out, just one box ahead of the 41 car, and Harrison Burden and Ben Rhodes' crews turned them around perfectly. It was a 4-tyre stop and a full tank of VP Racing fuel as they were sent out, and we'll give you the rundown when they come past us this time.
Yeah.
We're about to get all of the TCR cars coming in, and it will be John Morley who brings them in first. He's down to the pit lane speed limiter now and heading on to the pit lane. Joe and Shea will sort these out between them.
Yeah, we've only got 3 so far, the 61, the 73 and the 70. Hyundai just peels past, and no other takers so far. We've still got the rest of the field coming through, and I think Shea's got the leader down that end.
He comes and hits his marks perfectly. John Morley, who has driven less than half of this race, because Gavin Ernstone started it, took the car well past the 2-hour mark. They are doing front tires for John, waiting on the fuel as well. They've taken both of the old Michelins off, put new stickers on. Set 7 labeled on these, so this TCR car has now used up its full allotment, I do believe, over the course of the weekend. Oh, and a windshield tear off as well. They do like John Morley. We are waiting on the last little bit of fuel, and that was a perfect stop for the Road Shagger Racing crew. Number 61 waiting for permission to be able to leave. This is the last time this crew will race this car as well. They've got a new car on order, and it's going to debut at Sebring.
Possibly. This old car's doing great work at the moment. Nice job by the Road Shagger team. Oh, they might get beaten to the pit exit line. They do get beaten to the pit exit line. It was a good stop. It wasn't good enough, because the number 70 has jumped them in the pit lane. Tyler Maxson and his team for the number 70. This is the urban camouflage of the 70 car. I didn't see any real problems with the pit stop on the John Morley car. Meantime, back down the pit lane for the 73 Honda LA World car.
Was that a failed gun?
They had a failed gun on the right-hand side, and they did not have a spare, and that's why that car was very, very late out of the pit lane. I think they might have had to borrow one from their team box further up, but what a turnaround from Daily Motorsports, with the white wheels on the front and the black wheels on the back, very distinctive in that brown, black and white urban camouflage. Hey, in all honesty, it wasn't close. That was a car's length ahead. Did not have to force his way into the lane. He couldn't get into the fast lane totally, the acceleration lane, because he would have had to pull in front of John Morley. But I think that was all right there, Jeremy. I think there was enough daylight between them as he went out to the pit line, which is where you all drop in behind each other before you go into single file round the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, really good effort then by Daily Motorsports there. Brand new team, just its second race at this level. So very, very impressive indeed. I think if you look at the pace of the cars, John Morley shouldn't be too concerned. His best lap is a full second quicker than the number 70 car, but you're still going to get past him, and there's going to be probably a half an hour or so remaining in this race in order to make that pass happen. Meanwhile, Owen Trinkler is out front again. Boy, I tell you what, everything has sort of fallen his way again, it seems, today. But he's certainly, well, I'm pretty sure he's going to need another full course caution if he's going to be able to stretch the fuel in an Aston Martin number 64 to get to the end of the race without needing a splash and go. But Owen's pretty good at saving fuel. He's been around the sport a long, long time. This is his 181st start in this series, or its forerunners dating back to 2001. His in the sister car, Hugh Plum, has actually done one more year because he started in 2001. Owen's first race was 2002, but Hugh Plum has missed a few more races. He's done a total, this is his 160th start, so the amount of experience in that team is astonishing.
This is not going to be tacos for Turner Motorsport. They have lost another tire, and it has rolled all the way into the fast lane. A brave official has gone out to retrieve it, but that, by my counts, is 2 for them, 1 for everybody else.
1 for LA Honda World, yes, that one was pushed flat on the road, if you see what I mean, lying down rather than being flicked up and rolled. So that's going to be another penalty for Will Turner's team. That's just not the way they normally do their work, to be quite honest. So 38 minutes to go, and we have a dash to the flag, don't we, in the BMW Endurance Challenge for the first round of the Michelin Pilot Challenge.
And what the number 17 car, the JDC Miller Motorsports car, Mikey Taylor, has lost a lap. He came in to make a pit stop right before the caution. I wouldn't have thought he needed to, because he'd made his last pit stop on lap 63, was running in second place before this latest caution period and around the pit stops, but he was in a lap before we went yellow, and that cost him a lap. So he's a lap down now in 5th position in TCR. I wonder why he made that stop earlier than he really needed to, unless he came in trying to make that splash. Well, take on a small amount of fuel, but be able to go to the end from there. So maybe that strategic decision has backfired on that team. But generally speaking, if you're the first guy to make the last pit stop, you're in good shape. That's the situation now for Owen Trinkler, but he's going to be struggling, I think, to get to the end. But if that's what the strategic decision was for number 17 car, I think it's backfired.
Don't forget, we'll be looking for our Michelin moment of the race in both GS and TCR. Did Mark Wilkins in the 98 car not stop that time around? He can't have.
No, he didn't. Number 98 car, no, that's correct. He did not stop, you're right.
Right, so he's taken the lead by not stopping.
Yes.
In TCR. That leaves the Tyler Maxson quick stop in the 70 car, taking them up to second, and John Morley, who came in 16 seconds in the lead, he's dropped down into third, almost 16 seconds in the lead rather, before the yellow flag. One more lap of running behind the BMW, which Owen Trinkler will be delighted to see the back end of that M4 CS.
How come number 11 car is suddenly in second place?
Chris Wilson,
14th on the last lap.
Has... Oh, actually, is he though? That's the question. Oh no, yes he is. Yeah, I can see that.
That's bizarre.
That's the Skillsoft car, the Will Sport machine. Again, did he stop last time around? No, he's been in 5 times down the pit lane. He last stopped on lap 86, so yes, he was in. Owen Trinkler is some 13 laps worse off in terms of tyres and fuel than everybody behind him, but we are soaking up time behind the safety car. So he's got a slightly lighter car, he's got slightly older tyres, but he'll be delighted with 34 minutes to go. I think he could probably go from here. I really do. It's what we're talking about, 34, maybe not. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. Very tight indeed. In TCR, Mark Wilkins then, by staying out, he was last in on lap 81, so just before the yellow flag came out in the number 98 car. Mark Wilkins, either by design or by luck, came in just before that full course yellow, Jeremy.
Okay, and Mikey Taylor was in between, I think, the safety car and the class leader, so I think he's got the wave around and will be on the lead lap for TCR. Okay, so I think we're going to have 5 cars on the lead lap in TCR then. Number 98 car that did not stop during that last course period, Mark Wilkins. Where was he in? He was in...
Yeah, just he was in...
Quite right before.
81, lap 81.
Oh, he came in as well at the same time as Mikey Taylor, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
He came in at lap 81,
right.
Mikey Taylor came in at lap 80. Yeah, on the screen.
On the screen, yeah. Fine. So they right, fine, okay, good. So they've got back onto the lead lap then, or managed to stay on the lead lap because of the wave around. So number 98 car leads then. Number 70 car is in second position.
That's the Elantra.
Yep, having overtaken number 61, which is now in third position, which was
in the pits,
way out in the lead before they ran the pit. So obviously fourth position is Mike Lamar in car number 73, and then Mikey Taylor, who's at the tail end of the pack, but will be able to make up that ground and haul up onto the tail end of the TCR cars before the restart. Is this green now?
It is green, and that was
With
the
32
TCR
minutes to
rundown.
go.
Owen Trinkler in the number 64 Aston Martin for TGM leads them to the line. The Nola Sport Porsche goes round the outside of that Mercedes number 11 of Chris Wilson, the Will Sport car. They're side by side behind Owen Trinkler. Owen will be delighted to see these two battling. He doesn't need to defend down the inside into the horseshoe, takes his normal line and cuts back to the apex. The Nola Sport machine of Elliott Skier, though, looking very, very racy indeed, and now is right up behind the Aston Martin as they go through the kink and to the west end of the infield. The mostly white with chrome blue and bright purple and tangerine on that car, side by side. Oh, much better exit by the Nola Sport car. That was too easy, way too easy for Elliott Skier. So maybe just not able to get the temps up on the tyres for Owen Trinkler as he's dropped to second. Oh, there's a touch between the Aston Martin and the Mercedes. A big puff of smoke there as the Will Sport car ran into the back of Owen Trinkler. He'll get the draft now. Here comes the Ford Mustang of Ben Rhodes, the number 41 car, one of the PF4 performance car. He goes down the inside of the Aston. It'll be 3 wide as Owen goes to the outside for Team TGM. Gets shuffled back to third position. Remember, they are looking for championship points here. They're looking for a championship. They don't need to win races. That's what they were telling us earlier on today.
Yeah, they're going for the race win. But that's why they stayed out there. Otherwise, if they're looking for championship points, they'd have just stuck with where they were. So they took a gamble there. I think he's got to be saving fuel as well. With half an hour to go, they'd run for... before
There's a problem for that Will Sports Mercedes where it ran into the back of the TGM Aston Martin. There's tyre rub on the front of that car and smoke coming from the left-hand side. I think it was Trinkler on full defense at the moment behind the second and third car. He holds on to fourth. The green and grey Elliott Skier driven 47, the Nola Sports car of green and yellow, that grey side panel clearing off. It's the nimble mid-engined 718 and a penalty for Scott Andrews. He's doing that drive-through now in the number 27 Lone Star Racing car. Too many people over the wall and working on the car. Side-by-side action, and there's plenty of paint being traded by the Chris Wilson-driven AMG and the number 41 Ben Rhodes Ford Mustang as Rhodes goes through into second place. You get the feeling that everyone knows now that these are the important laps.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is a flat-out race to the finish here now, and Owen Trinkler, he's going to try and sort of save fuel and turn as fast a laps as he possibly can, but I don't think he's quite got the pace of these leaders.
So through the Le Mans chicane and onto the run to the line, flat out from the middle of the Le Mans chicane, all the way down the braking area of turn 1.
And Elliott Skier, personal best in sector 1 and in sector 2. He's got his head down, the youngster from San Diego, California. He moved from 3rd to 1st on that restart lap, and he's trying to extend that lead over Ben Rhodes.
Great bit of drafting by Owen Trinkler, and he goes back up the inside.
Below the white lines there.
Down below the 2 yellow lines on the tri-oval, and he has made the position. Gets back through. Trinkler then back up to 3rd. Chris Wilson down to 4th. Might have lost another position there, actually. Matt Plum, the 2nd of the TGM cars, who did stop on that last pit stop and therefore has newer Michelin rubber than his teammate. I think that is making the difference here.
Yeah, that's a legitimate place there for Matt Plum there, who's running in that 5th position. And right with that lead pack.
Owen Trinkler did the car's best lap of the race last time around on 13 lap, older tyres than those around him, a 54 flat for that car. I wonder if just getting the second heat cycle through those tyres was just a little bit more difficult for that car. It will have a little less fuel than the rest of the cars around it, because they would have fueled to the end of the race. Probably full fuel.
Well, they'll have put in as much as they needed to get to the end of the race. So, yeah, he's certainly pretty marginal on fuel. If he ran 13 laps before, some of it was under caution. It's conceivable. He's,
we've seen
again a brilliant strategic call here from Joe Vardy. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If there's another full course caution, he can definitely get to the end. And if he can maintain a top 5-6 position, that would be a brilliant effort by that team.
Meantime, in TCR, John Morley's fighting back. He's dropped down to 4th position as Mark Wilkins leads from Mike Lamara and Tyler Maxson, and he's just taken back Tyler Maxson, I think, in the number 70 car. But Mike Lamara has gone through in that number 73 Honda. The LA Honda World Racing car, side by side for the 2 TGM cars. And Hugh Plum trying to go around the outside of his teammate, and there's Chris Wilson involved again, and there's more paint being traded there. Wilson's definitely putting his weight around a little bit in that number 11. The Will Sports car, and more side by side rubbing his racing action with the Tom Long driven Aston Martin Vantage GT, the number 9 automatic racing car.
Great racing, isn't it? Tremendous. But Elliott Skier, what a fabulous job he is doing in that NOLA Sport car. Once again, a new personal best lap last time around by I don't know, thousandths of a second. They were both 1 minute 53.19 something. 53.193 last time around. He's extended 2 seconds he's got now over Ben Rhodes. The Mustang, basically, I think it's a faster car, but Elliott Skier is just driving the wheels off that NOLA Sport number 47.
For a week now, we've been watching Mustangs and Mercedes in particular dominate the top of the timing. In the last day or so, the Porsche 718 GT4s started to find some pace, and in race trim, they have been fast. Qualified on pole position for RS1, that car out, of course. The 39 Carbon car with a very similar looking accident, pitched into the wall coming out of Speedway turn 4. So the remaining car, the number 47 NOLA Sports car, is still right out there. Spencer Pumpelly is still in the fight as well in the BGB Motorsports car, but they're a little bit further down. He's fully 6 seconds off the lead at the moment. And both Turner cars taking a drive through, leaving equipment out and leaving with equipment, or running over pit equipment. So the race control and pit officials putting the blame on both Turner crews there for that last tyre running through. Robbie Foley already answering that penalty. Alex Skier by 2.6 seconds.
Look at Tom Long there, up in the 4th position.
He's coming up through the
field.
field.
He made up 4 places on that last lap.
Yeah.
Went from 8th to 4th.
He's got a very good Aston Martin underneath him at the moment. The 2 TGM cars still in a battle as Long comes through and goes by them both. Matt Plum now is ahead of the 64 of Owen Trinkler. They're trying to get a little bit of a drafting. 3 Aston Martins and Tom Long threading the eye of a needle as 3 Aston Martins went through a space that I think was only big enough for 2.5.
Yeah,
at that
was
point.
Brilliant. That was absolutely superb. I tell you, there's a whole bunch of shuffling positions going on here. Spencer Mapelli is trying to work his way back up the order. He took the restart in 19th place in number 83. He's up inside the top 10 now.
Tyler Maxim with the fastest lap in that number 70 car, sitting in 4th position. He's chasing John Morley at the moment. He's back up into 3rd. Mike Lamara in 2nd with the LA Honda World. And Mark Wilkins still leads, courtesy of that pit stop that they took before the yellow came out. And Brian Herter is calling the strategy on that number 98 car. At the moment, under pressure from Mike Lamara with the John Morley car only half a second further back. 16 seconds was the gap that John Morley had before the yellow flag came out. He's lurking there in the Simply Vegas dark grey machine as they come through the chicane on the back straight, the Le Mans chicane. That Audi looks absolutely nailed to the ground through that chicane. Everyone else is bouncing around.
Where's Elliott Skier?
Skier has gone missing. Have we just lost him from the timing and scoring? He's stopped on the track. He stopped on the track. The Nola Sport Porsche has come to a halt. This, with 22.5 minutes to go, it's given the Mustangs the lead. Tom Long is the best of the Aston Martins now in a 3rd place position. So what has happened to Elliott Skier? He's not in a place of danger. Skier did not come through at the end of lap 94. Well, that's a bizarre one. The car looked in one piece when we had a quick look at it. Meantime, the battle continues. At the front of the field now, it's Mustang on Mustang, the 2 PF cars. Shea Adam is down at the pit of Elliott Skier's 47 Nola Sport car.
Adam Adelson is co-driver, and you've won championships with Elliott before. What happened? It looked like it was going so well for your first race.
Yeah, that was really, really unfortunate. I think we had a mechanical issue out there. I did what I could in the first half of the race. Elliott drove an incredible second half, and it's a shame that it has to end this way, but I'm still really proud of what we were able to do this weekend.
And back for the full season, right?
For the full season, yeah.
So we'll definitely be seeing you guys as championship contenders. Do you think it was a driveline issue that cost you out there?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened at this point, but you know, we're gonna investigate that, and you know, we'll be back stronger next time.
Look forward to seeing it, Sebring.
Yep, thank you.
Parked behind the wall at turn 6, which we've got a couple of cars down there now. It was easy to get that car in there, and it's well behind the wall. Here's another penalty. My race controller being busy, and this is huge for Chris Wilson in 7th position.
Yeah.
Passing cars during the class split. That's how that car got up to 2nd position, and that's going to be a drive-through.
Yeah, so he'd been running in 5th position before the round of pit stops, but he came out in 14th. But then all of a sudden he went from 14th to 2nd under yellow. So yeah, that's what that's all about. We wonder what happened there. Not quite sure. I mean, Chris is massively experienced, so I'm not quite sure why he would have got caught up in that one. But in any case, that's a real shame because he's had a super run. Meanwhile, we talked about Spencer Mapelli having moved from 19th to 10th. Well, he's now 6th. And in that battle for 3rd position, I think the 2 Mustangs are going to be hard to catch now with Elliott Skier's problem. But for Porsche, Spencer Mapelli is charging along there in that BGP number 83.
That is the last arrow in the Weissach quiver, isn't it? In terms of a Porsche victory. 2 Mustangs, 2 Astons and a Mercedes. So the front engine V8s have come back to the front of the field as they were earlier in the week. Harrison Burton, famous name, particularly on the high banks here, ahead of Ben Rhodes, a couple of young drivers who are making their way in the NASCAR Sanctioned Series, part of the Ford Performance Driver Development Program. And those 2 white and Ford blue stripe machines lead the motor race with 19 minutes to go.
Yeah, so Ben Rhodes has set the fastest lap of the race, but Harrison Burton got past him on the lap on which he took the lead on lap 94 a couple of laps ago, and he's extended that now to almost a second, has Harrison Burton over Ben Rhodes in first and second positions.
A 54 flat last time from Burton, pulled out another 10 or so, a couple of tenths in fact, on his teammate. It's now almost a second between first and second in TCR. The battle for second position and possibly for the win is still going on, as on that high side, John Morley tries to go around the outside of turn 1, drops in behind the LA Honda World number 73, the white and blue car. Where's Mike Lamar? That is the battle for the lead, excuse me. He's already dealt with Mark Wilkins, the number 98 car. What happened to Mark Wilkins? He was leading the motor race, so he's had an issue as well. The 98 car was leading the motor race, and he's now dropped back. So this is the battle for the lead. So these two, the battle that was for second and third, have caught and both passed the leader, is what I'm hearing while we were watching the GT4s at the front of the field. So John Morley still with a sniff of victory here. They'll feel they deserve it. They feel they've earned it. There was 16 seconds to the good after an Ironman stint. Over 2 hours and 20 minutes at the start of the race by Gavin Ernsten.
Yeah, and Mikey Taylor has set the fastest lap of the race, I think, in TCR, but he's got nothing for these other guys in the closing stages. He's falling back in the 5th position in the class in car number 17.
Spencer Pompelli right with Matt Plum for 6th position, 5th and 6th position, down into the first corner. He's gone round the outside. I think he's made it stick. He has made it stick. How's he done that? That's extraordinary. And now that green BGB machine sets off after Tom Long and then the 2 Mustangs. He's got past Tom Long as well. Yes, he has. He's in 3rd position. Spencer Pompelli on an absolute charge, crossed the line in 5th, is now 3rd, halfway round the lap. And he's got those 2 Mustangs in sight. He's 3.6 seconds. No, make that he was, 3.6 seconds across the line. The 3 of them from 3rd on back, Tom Long, Matt Plum and Spencer Pompelli, was separated by not even a tenth of a second, not even half a tenth of a second. And Spencer Pompelli now will be firing up towards Ben Rhodes. His last lap was a 54.3, so he took 0.3 of a second out of second place and 0.4 out of the leader last time around. 16 minutes to go. This is not over. Spencer Pompelli has target acquired. Heartbreak down at Nola Sport with driveline or some kind of mechanical issues, and that car's coming back on the end of a tow rope. Meantime, the battle for the lead in TCR. John Morley almost urging that number 61 Simply Vegas car to the back of the number 73. That's the blue and white Honda. They're on Speedway turns 1 and 2 now. Looks like the window is down on the left-hand side of the Honda. Driver's window missing, but with a net on it, of course, for the 61 car. That looks like both front windows are out for the 73. Oh, big slide by the rear end of the Honda. Here comes Morley. He's in the draft now. Out of turn 7 onto the high banks of Speedway turns 3 and 4. Edging closer, edging closer. He tried round the outside a couple of laps ago, just couldn't get the grip of the turn in. The Honda's pretty nimble, this new FK7, Morley pulls out early, then drops back in behind, now goes again, tries to get the run over the top. Looks like Mike Lamara just defending to the middle of the road. That's absolutely fine. They've pulled out around about a second and a half on Mark Wilkins, who's holding on for third at the moment. Then it is the number 70, Tyler Maxson, Hyundai Elantra. Then Mikey Taylor in the 17, that's the new machine. Let's go back down to the pit lane in a moment to see how this plays out. Still waiting for the number 11 Chris Wilson machine to go through.
Yeah, he hasn't served his penalty yet, has he?
Exactly.
He's staying out there, I think. He's arguing that case. Tell you who's doing a really good job is Michael De Quesada in 11th position in the number 58, the brand new McLaren Artura for the Crucial Motorsports team. He's worked his way quietly into contention, not perhaps for the win, but there's a huge train of cars, effectively from, well, Spencer Papelli's probably going to edge out a little bit in third position, but from Tom Long on back, it's anybody's game. And Michael De Quesada now moves up another position as Chris Wilson finally comes in to serve that penalty in car number 11.
Split strategy for TGM. It's worked for Matt Plum in the 46 car. Not such a good call for the 64. Owen Trinkler. He's back down where he would have been, even if he'd come in and changed the tyres. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, Ted Giovanna's mixed emotion, Ted, your two cars. Owen, I think you guys rolled the dice with your car, Ted. Is it tyres that have become a factor?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not sure whether tyres is a factor, but I know he needs to save a lot of fuel, so he may be managing the fuel and staying in the draft and trying to save as much as he can. Hoping for a yellow coming down here, but as it's winding down, it doesn't look like we're going to get too long of a yellow, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I know I've got the benefit of hindsight, but maybe a bit ambitious for that car, staying out on that yellow?
Yeah, but I mean, Owen felt that we might be able to make it, so we've had some success last year when we were running other cars when we rolled the dice and it worked out. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, but anyway.
Thanks, Ted.
Battle for the lead in TCR at the International Hairpin, and the lead has changed as Morley goes through and the Roadshagger team go absolutely bananas. It's not over yet as Mike Lamara tries to fight back through the kink. He was all over the back of the Honda coming into turn one. It looked like the lead might have changed then. Then they were side by side through turn 2 and 3. They've slowed each other down, and Mark Wilkins and Tyler Maxson have got a sniff here. Mark Wilkins back on the back of those leading two. Tyler Maxson another couple of 3 seconds further back in the brown Urban Camel, number 70. But they're back where they were before the final yellow flag. They've done it the hard way today. They've definitely done it the hard way this time. As Jensen Altman is into the pits in the number 13 McCumbee McAleer car. That's been a good run for that young man. Just slightly miscalculated the fuel. 11 minutes to go. Shea Adam, your nomination for TCR and GS moments of the race in a moment, please. I want all of our team to think about it. What absolutely fantastic at the front of TCR. What a great battle, and Mike Lamara is not giving this one up, Jeremy. He's still right there. They've got the Winward car going over the top. That's a redemption turn as well. Daniel Morad drafted into the WeatherTech team, bringing this car to the flag after the accident for Lucas Howe yesterday in final practice. Shea Adam, another errant wheel and tyre in the infield.
Well, it is, but it's different this time, John. This was very heads of driving from Jensen Altman. He had a right rear that went down. The tire carcass is laying on the Daytona grass in the tri-oval, but he managed to come back to his box, nearly missed his box. Crew was not ready to receive him, but they have pulled the old rim off, put a new Michelin on. This team will finish this race.
Thank you, Shea. Brilliant dive down the inside by John Morley. He set Mike Lamara up beautifully. Goes to the right, lets the Honda defend to the right. Can only make the single move. The door was left open, and Mike Lamara was very, very honest. That was good, honest, sensible racing from both of them. And Mike Lamara, he's been around the block a few times. let the car go through on the inside. He's trying to hold on there to the lead. John Morley and Gavin Ernstone have won here, won this race before. This might be the last race for this particular Audi. They've got the new version of the car to come. I'm going to nominate the opening stint from Gavin, actually, as my moment of the race for TCR. Jeremy, what have you got on that?
Mike Lamara and Will Talley, their ages, their average age between them is 52. Dr. Will is 49, Mike Lamara 54. I think they've done a fantastic job in that car against John Morley, who's he's a pro driver, and they're putting up a tremendous fight in that LA Honda World Car. But there's a whole bunch of different stories.
So
It's fantastic.
What about GS, Jeremy?
Well, look, the number 9 team, isn't that fabulous to see that automatic racing team? They've done a fabulous job today. Jim Johnson drove a really good first stint. He handed over to Brett Sandberg, out of the sport for 5 years, and now Tom Long, the veteran, has taken over that car and running in the 4th position. Brilliant effort.
Owen Trinkler has had to pit, and that strategy did not work. How unusual is that for Joe Vardy to get something wrong? But they had a split strategy. Maybe they had nothing to lose. They've lost 2 or 3 places when it comes down to it. Battle for the lead. Oh, whatever you can do, John Morley, I can do too. Matt Lamara back down the inside at the International Horseshoe. Side by side, I think the nose of the Honda was ahead. He will have the inside line into the Western hairpin. No, he won't. Oh, wow, this is very close.
It's fantastic. It's absolutely brilliant.
No quarter asked or given, but absolutely fair racing, Jeremy.
And the other guys, again, Michael De Quesada in that McLaren Artura, up into 7th place now. A couple of laps ago, there were 3 wide down here across the start-finish line. The McLaren right in the mix there. And De Quesada has come from, where did they start in that number 72 car?
Quite a long way.
The number 58 car. They started in 30th position overall.
Yeah.
Henry O'Hara started, Aurora Strauss in the middle stint, and now Michael De Quesada up into 6th.
Rear tyres giving up on John Morley. That's the problem for that number 61. What about the 2 Ford Mustangs at the front of the field? Relatively inexperienced road racers. They've done an absolutely cracking job. Shea Adam, your nomination for GS?
Remember how just a couple of minutes ago or so it felt we said that BJB was out of this race because of a very slow slop, dropped them back to 20th. Spencer Pumpelly clawing his way back to the lead, still not out of this one.
He's only 1.3 seconds away from second now. He's gaining on Ben Rhodes, who's a second away from the leader. That one is not over. Joe Bradley, your moment of the race for GS?
I kind of like people who roll the dice, and I'm going to give it to Ted Giovanni and Owen Trinkler, because I do like that. It's some you win, some you lose, he said. So I just love the way that they chanced the strategy. It could have paid off on another day.
TCR?
I think we're looking at TCR right now, aren't we? That battle for the lead is just... But you know what? I want to be there to get the TCR winner at the end, and I don't know where to go, because Roadshagger is at one end and Elliott Honda World is at the other. So I'm kind of in the middle, going backwards and forwards a little bit.
Thanks very much. Fantastic stuff from down there in the pit lane. And another issue for the number 25 car, JCD DeBetz, in that BMW. And that car has had its issues today in the GS category for Auto Technic Racing. It's on an outlap actually, and it's gone off at the International Horseshoe. Has it continued? That could be a bit of a spanner in the works if it hasn't. I think it has. They've been backwards and forwards. Spencer Pumpelly is catching second place. He's off at the side, so he's just come out the pits, and that car has ground to a halt. I'm not sure they can leave that car there. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's you've got to work fairly hard to get that. It's a fair way off the racetrack, but just it's so cool to see so many different teams running up there in the leading positions. That crucial McLaren in the 6th position, Jared Thomas in the Mercedes car number 23.
Debuting that car.
Absolutely.
For that team and that car.
That's right. Accelerated performance in the top 10 also. It's with Michael Cooper driving the wheels off the number 44 Aston Martin. This is really cool stuff.
Spencer Pumpelly may yet improve his position. He's on the podium. Just noticed that Jared Thomas has done his fastest lap, and that car's fastest lap of the race last time around. That's because he's in a battle with Matt Plum, one of the most experienced drivers there is. This is his first Michelin Pilot Challenge race for the reigning Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 champion, in a team that he has helped finance from the cash that he has had for winning the championship. Magnificent stuff. What a great story that is for the number 23 team. Now the battle for second position. Spencer Pumpelly is there. He's got the 41 in his sights. 4 minutes 22 to go. He's only 1.6 seconds off the lead, and he's gone through. And he's got 2-3 laps maybe to catch the leader. This is not over. This is not over yet. We've seen the Porsches come and go at the front of the field. He can see the leader, not even 2 corners ahead of him. There was no real defence put up by Ben Rhodes. I think he knew that
the game was up.
Yes, the kook was goosed.
Yes.
As the old saying doesn't quite go. And we've got battles. How about this? I know we had a late safety car and everybody was fueled to the end, but there's only 2 seconds between the top 2 in GS. There's not even half a second between the top 2 in the TCR category. Now, who saved the tyres? We saw the back end of the Simply Vegas dark grey car sliding around. John Morley's having to manage this. This is a great run by the LA Honda World team to second place as it is at the moment. They've dropped Mark Wilkins again. He's dropped off to around about 2 seconds. That was a bold call as well, let's not forget, by Brian Herter. They knew they had pitted early, and they got that pit call right just before the yellow flag came out for the final time. Spencer Pumpelly then, with 0.3 of a second to the good on the leader last time around. As they come to the line, there'll be, I think, 2 laps to go. Maybe, no, it'll be 1 lap to go this time around. They'll see the white flag this time around. Time is running out for Spencer Pumpelly. Traffic in the way. Do we get the white flag? No, we won't. It'll be 2 laps.
Yeah.
Here he comes now. Here comes the leader, and Spencer Pumpelly is within sight, flashes the lights as he goes by the Unitronic Audi down on the low side. There's 1 more lap after this one, Jeremy.
Yep, certainly is.
So, 7 miles for Spencer Pumpelly to reel in 1.5 seconds. And ahead of them, actually...
He pulled in 3/4 of a second on that last lap.
In traffic as well for both of them. It's pretty clear, actually, for the leader, which is good news. The next bunch of traffic are TCR cars, which are just heading out onto the high banks now as they go through the kink. In fact, they've got, well, they might catch the leaders in TCR. That's the other thing. We want another lap. John Morley probably doesn't want another lap. He'd be quite happy to see the checkered flag, but I think he's going to have another 3.5 miles. The BMW M Endurance Challenge for the first round of the Michelin Pilot Challenge for IMSA 2023 is coming down literally to the last couple of laps. 1.5 laps, in fact, for the leaders. Spencer Pumpelly can't quite get in the draft of the Mustang. If he could, I think he'd pull him back. He might be just getting a little bit of a draft. Down towards the braking area of turn 7. The 2 leaders still in clear air. It's very easy to spot the bright green machine. Harrison Burton leads. Pumpelly's gained a little more. Out onto the high banks through turn 3 and 4, still bathed at that end of the speedway in the golden light of gloaming. Now back into the shadow of the huge grandstand here. Big crowd here today, by the way, watching this. White flag is being readied and is in the air. 3.5 miles for Harrison Burton as he goes across the line. Spencer Pumpelly was 1.4 seconds. He's 1.1. He's taken almost 0.3 again. It's not enough, but now there is traffic. There's going to be traffic in front of the leader, and this is the danger area. Will they catch them before the end of the lap? He's coming quickly. Here comes Pumpelly. He's really strong in this infield section. He's closing up to the back of that Mustang. Maybe 10 or 12 cars lengths is all it is now. Under a second, I would say. through the kink. Little dab of the brakes from Harrison Burton to make sure the pads are on the rotors at the front. And right there, here comes that bright green and black car. Wonderful intensity to the end of the race. Still half a lap to go, and Michelin rubber laid down on the curb of the exit of the West Horseshoe. Little mistake by Pumpelly. Little mistake by Pumpelly when he least needed it. Just lost the front end of the car. It'll be under braking into turn 7 that will decide this race. It won't be the pass there, but he needs to get close enough to get the draft. And if he does, I think he has got the pace. One more lap, he would have been there, no doubt.
Yeah, I think Harrison's got this. He's just got to negotiate the Le Mans chicane now, make no mistakes, make nice clean exit, get a good run onto the banking, and it's his race to lose. But yeah, Spencer certainly hasn't given up yet.
Coming through for the final time through the famous banked corners of Daytona Speedway, turn 3 and 4. And it is the NASCAR development drivers from Ford Performance who are going to win the BMW M Endurance Challenge. Fighting all the way, Spencer Pumpelly for Porsche and for BGB. PF Racing win it. And at the end of the race, it's 0.6 of a second. Quality stuff. Meantime, the leaders.
Shimjak on the line.
TCR coming through on the infield are still fighting. Ben Rhodes holds on to 3rd from Tom Long in 4th, Christian Simchak in 5th at the front of the field.
Yeah, but looking out of the window, it looked to me like Shimjak nosed ahead of him. So whether the transponders are in different places, I don't know. I'd like to see a photo finish of that.
0.023 of a second between them, so pretty tight, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Half a lap to go for John Morley to hang out. Gavin Ernstone will be biting his fingers now, never mind his fingernails. Pacing around. Now just half a lap to go for these guys. They're on the high banks.
Into the braking for the Le Mans chicane for the last time. Then John Morley just maybe a couple of car lengths ahead.
That was tight. That was nice and smooth by Morley.
He carried so much speed through that corner. Did Morley? It's going to be.
That was so. I mean, that's experience there. You talked about, you know, John being a pro driver. That was a pro move there. Let the car roll through this. That Audi actually has looked the best car in any class this weekend, in any of the series, through that chicane. They've really got the setup right. Long stint at the start for Gavin Ernstone. Just the 2 drivers. John Morley brought it home with about 1 hour and 40 to go. And the old Audi signs off in style. We believe they're going to have the new car for the next race. And the Simply Vegas Road Chagger team win it from the LA Honda World Honda in 2nd. Mark Wilkins in 3rd for Hyundai is the best of the Hyundais. Tyler Maxson for the 70 car. Mikey Taylor with that new car in 5th position. Let's go down to the winners in TCR. Joe Bradley is with Gavin Ernstone.
Gavin, let me help you down off the wall there. Very emotional, Gavin Ernstone. Quite rightly, that was one hell of a race. What a fight.
Mate, look, I can't speak. I mean, come on.
You're English, my boy.
No, look, I mean, after last year, no, we've done, as long as we finish, we win. That's our rule, right? So we finished twice, we won twice. Amazing feeling. John Morley's a legend.
How does this one compare to the last one?
Yeah, no, they were equal. I mean, winning at Daytona is the best feeling in the world. It's just, that's it, right? We got 2 Daytona wins. It's a great... Shea Adam said to me, what's your plans for the championship this year? And I said, we win every race, we win the championship. 1 down, Shea. 1 down, 9 to go. We're leading the championship. We got another Daytona win. There's nothing better.
What a farewell for this Audi RS3. Are you going to perhaps stave execution perhaps for it?
I'll let you know how our test goes in Atlanta. So yeah, but great day. Listen, I just got to say, my team are the best team in the world. Every single one of them performed. We've got some new guys, we've got legends. Ben and I have been doing this for 25 years together, but just massive thank you to everybody on my team. What a team.
Just walking into victory lane with Zane Smith. This is no strange place for he or Harrison Burton, as Harrison has brought the Ford Mustang that has brought them to their first Michelin Pilot victory. Zane, you've been here before, but not after a 4-hour race. What does this feel like?
Yeah, it was pretty much almost exactly a year from last time I was in here, but that was an awesome drive by Harrison, and really just a well put together race right there. That was I've never been on the other side of things. I've always watched the girlfriends and wives go crazy, and man, I had the shakes right there watching Harrison. So that was nerve-wracking, but what a debut.
Yeah, Harrison Burton, perfect way to start off 2023, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fun. Got interesting at the end, more than I wanted it to. Kind of ran the brakes out of it, trying to get away from them, and then all of a sudden I kind of lost them. So yeah, that was interesting at the end, but really fun. Zane was really fast all day, and then kind of got back in the pack a little bit there, and I was upset because I was like, man, he led the whole dang thing, and now I'm going to come in and lose. But no, we got it done, so it's 1 point for the NASCAR guys, I guess.
Congrats, guys. First win of many this year.
Thank you. And we can announce our Michelin moment of the race for the TCR category. It is the Honda Civic FK7 TCR 73 team of LA Honda World. What great strategy and great execution through the race to get them through into second position. And for GS, where did the 83 car restart after that, at that last... 19th.
Yeah.
19th to second. That's a long moment. I give you that in 30-odd minutes, but that is the moment of the race. Spencer Pumpelly driving the wheels off the last Porsche and gets it almost to the lead and just fails by 0.6 of the second. 0.6 of a second. Honda Civic FK8, I should have said, for that car. That is the new car. The entry still saying FK7 actually, but that is the new shaped car, I believe. Harrison Burton then, well done to him. Spencer Pumpelly in second. Ford, Porsche, Ford, just off the podium, the number 72 of Christian Simchak did a great job as well. Let's go to our Michelin moment of the race winner in GS. It's for the whole team, but particularly for Spencer Pumpelly. Joe Bradley, he restarted in 19th with 32 minutes to go.
I'm just reminding you, you started in 19th with 32 laps to go. You win our Michelin Moment of the Race Award. You are a superstar, mate. I always knew you were, but you've just confirmed it. That was one great drive.
Man, I'm exhausted. I got to do 24 hours tomorrow. I got to remind myself of that. But this is Tom's first podium in GS. Super happy to be part of BGB and get it for him. But I'm really impressed with the guys that came for a one-off deal to race another series. The guy that won, I haven't even met him in person. He was unbelievable today. I assumed he would make some mistakes and I could attack, but he just never did. I mean, there's some pretty good drivers.
You were chasing the Ford down, and there was a moment in the infield where there was just, it was like a freeway. I mean, was that a take your brain out moment, or was that sort of balancing, or what? Tell us.
I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. There's probably 15 of those moments that you missed, so I don't exactly know what you're talking about. But how awesome is it here to have my family, Ryder and Parker, my kids, my wife Lindsay, my mom, my dad, my brother, you name it. I got so many people here in the stands supporting me. Really appreciate them being here and glad we could give them a show.
Well, you certainly did that, Spencer. Thank you very much, mate.
And winners of the Michelin moment of the race in GS, they'll get a gift of a free set of Michelin race tyres for the next event, which will be at Sebring in the week of the 17th of March. courtesy of their performance there. In TCR, it is the second place. Actually, both second place finishes, I've just realised there. By the way, just a little change. I mentioned Christian Simchak and the 72 Mercedes, Jeremy. You said you thought it was ahead on the line. It was scored 0.023 behind Tom Long on corrected timing. Clearly, that's been looked at. It's now 0.007 ahead. So it was the number 72 Mercedes that went through for Murillo Racing and took 4th position.
Yeah, that was a kind of a photo finish between those two, but he just got the draft, I think, did Simchak, and just edged him on the line. But a great race between those two. Michael de Quesada was right with them too in that crucial Motorsports McLaren. That team has done a really good job with a brand new car this weekend. Jared Thomas, a tremendous debut for the JT Mercedes to finish in the top 10. Eric Foss right there, Matt Plum, Michael Cooper, Conrad Grunewald also in Todd Coleman to finish just outside the top 10 on their a tremendous run for their Aston Martin as well. That was a fun race.
And in TCR, just to recap then, it's Roadshagger in the Audi, the outgoing Audi, the number 61, that win from the Honda number 73 of Honda. LA Honda World. Then the number 98 was the best of the Brian Herter and indeed all of the Hyundai Elantras. Ahead of the number 70 car, that's another Hyundai as well. Good run by Mikey Taylor to 5th position in the new, that's the Evo version, the number 17 Unitronics JDC car. And the top 6 made up by Robert Wickens in the 33. Those last two, I think, just fell off the lead lap. So after 4 hours then, it was decided by 0.688 of a second. The BMW M Endurance Challenge goes to the kids from NASCAR. They're in victory lane. Tonight, the kids are all right.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production. For more, check imsaradio.com and subscribe to IMSA Radio wherever you get your podcasts.